Good evening, and I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. And it's wonderful to see every seat pretty much taken up. How we wish that we could have all our meetings with everyone in attendance. Again, I welcome you. It is now time to call this special public hearing and regular school board meeting of February 18, 2019 to order. Madam Secretary, would you call roll?
Mr. Contreras?
Present.
Mrs. Guanajuato Webb?
Present.
Mr. Mesa?
Here.
Mr. Oberfeld?
Present.
Mrs. Sanders?
Here.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
And myself. Sir, we have a quorum.
Let the record show that we do have a quorum of the Board of Trustees for the San Felipe del Rio CISD, and that this meeting was duly called in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. At this time, we'll have opening ceremonies, and we'll start first with a moment of silence for personal reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll start with our agenda. At this time, would everyone please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And if I may, I'm going to take a few minutes, first of all, to say a few words. First of all, I missed our last meeting, and I wanted to say thank you to all our young people that came to the podium to recognize it was Texas School Board Recognition Month. Everyone that spoke, all the leaders of our campuses, our administrators, our teachers, and our sponsors for taking the time. I know that a lot of times the work that we do here, the hours that we spend in our meetings, are not recognized, and so we consider January's Board Recognition Month. So I want to thank everyone, again, that presented, and for all the wonderful things, cards, and different things that you provided to the Board of Trustees. I also want to take a few minutes to tell you that they told me about the golden years and never told me about the titanium years. I just had surgery. This is my second knee replacement, so during the meeting I might have to stand up if someone is presenting. I received a smart knee, and it tells me when I need to get up and have some blood circulation. So if you would excuse me if I do stand up, it's not disrespectful. I'm just simply, again, it's just been 4 weeks, short weeks that I had my total knee replacement. So I might have to need to stand up and have some circulation going through my leg again. So with that being said, we're going to start with item number 4, recognition, fine arts recognition. Ricardo Rios.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This evening, as you just heard just a little while ago, we have our Del Rio High School mixed choir, and they had a short presentation, and so now we're going to bring them out again. And they have another song to delight us with. This group is under the direction of High School Choir Director, Mr. Josue Gonzalez.
La 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 la
And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gonzalez so that he can be recognizing. We had some students that qualified for area competition through our choir program. And then we had one student in particular that qualified even higher. So I'll let Mr. Gonzalez go ahead and give you the information on that. Mr. Gonzalez?
Good evening, Dr. Rios, Mr. Mesa, board members. I wanted to congratulate my students. First of all, 98% of the choir that you heard today was part of the Region 11 choir. And from those 28, about 16 of them moved on to the next round to pre-area. And then from those 16, 12 moved on to area. And from those 12, we have the one all-stater that you see right here on stage today. Osvaldo. Osvaldo started the audition process like everyone else. About 80,000 students start this audition at the region levels, and only the top 700 make it to state. So Osvaldo is the top 1.8% of the state of Texas. We would like to show our appreciation to you and to our community, because Osvaldo is not just our all-stater, he's our community's all-stater. So we're very proud of his hard work. Thank you very much for your support.
And Osvaldo is also part of our mariachi program, was in the band, and so is a very talented musician. And so you've heard him sing with mariachi, and now you get to hear him sing with choir. And just this past Saturday, he was a part of that wonderful group of students in the tenor and bass section, and gave a wonderful performance, a great concert. And we're very proud of Osvaldo's accomplishments, and not just in the choir program, of course, being an all-stater, but in all the other programs that he's in. So thank you, Osvaldo. And next, we're going to have a quick recognition also of band students that qualified for area. And as they're making their way over to the stage. And it's the same process that the students go through choir. These students also, through band, go through the district level, then move on to region, and then from region move on to the area level. And unfortunately, we didn't have anyone make state this year through band, but we do want to recognize the effort of these students. So on saxophone, we have Oscar Guerra. On flute, we have Gabby Gomez. On clarinet, we had Eliana Gonzalez. On French horn, we had Frankie Trevino. On trombone, we had Jesus Sertuche. On trombone, we had Anthony Magaña. On trumpet, we had Kiana Valadez. And on clarinet, we had Mario Aguirre. We actually had another 8 students. Were not able to come this evening. We had a total of 16 that advanced, but I thank the 8 that were able to make it this evening to be recognized. And we will continue to have more competitions as the year progresses, and hopefully we'll get to recognize straight first divisions at UL Concert and Sight Reading Contest. And the mariachi is going out to compete this weekend at the State Festival all the way down to Edinburgh, of which a couple of these students are actually a part of. And so we wish good luck to the mariachi group and all the rest of our fine arts organizations. We have Art Vase going out and competing as well, and many different competitions from the fine arts department. So thank you very much. This is, again, from our band department, our area band students. We thank the board for their support of our fine arts program and for always giving us the opportunity to showcase our fine arts students at the beginning of each of the board presentations. And may we continue to be able to do that. Thank you very much. And that's our portion of the fine arts program.
Thank you, Mr. Rios, and congratulations to all our young people that make us shine as board members, and again, great representatives of our district. As a reminder to please silence your phone so we can go through our agenda as fast as possible. This time we'll go to item B on the agenda, recognition of Campus Teacher of the Month for January 2019. Aidea Garcia.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Tonight, we proudly introduce our January Teacher of the Month. I'll turn it over to the principal so that they can let us know why these teachers were selected.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. Well, I'm excited for presenting to you Del Rio High School's Teacher of the Month, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis teaches Project Lead the Way classes and STEM classes there at the CTE Center. And if you drive by the CTE Center, it is very likely that you're going to see his truck there. He works very late, and in fact, that's where he's going right after this presentation. Robotics is very successful because Mr. Davis has the expertise and has the knowledge to just manage and teach all of the different materials and equipment that the students need. And because of this, I think the robotics program is very successful. In fact, we have a very big robotics contest coming up in March, and he is one of our main teachers, along with the other team members, that are going to make this a very successful event for all of Del Rio. He encourages teamwork. He encourages honesty. His students will definitely have an advantage in life given the many qualities that he develops in them, and we thank him for that.
Good evening. Early College High School would like to present to you Mrs. Danielle Castillo, our biology teacher. Mrs. Castillo is new to Early College this year, but she is not new to the field of education. Mrs. Castillo is our 9th grade one and only biology teacher that not only assists students to understand the world of science, but also creates a learning environment that is conducive to success for all. She plans with purpose and efficiency in order to prepare our students for science in their natural environment. Thank you, Mrs. Castillo, for bringing the wow factor into our class every day.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, members of the board. With me today is Eloisa Valdez. Mrs. Valdez is a physical education teacher at the freshman campus who not only teaches teamwork, but exemplifies it. Eloisa is an excellent teacher, a track coach, and the Queen's head volleyball coach. For the second semester, I adjusted the master schedule, and now Coach Valdez assists in the ELA classrooms for 2 periods. Her presence in the ELA classrooms was immediately felt and appreciated. Mrs. Eloisa Valdez is simply one of those women that can do it all. So Del Rio freshman is very blessed to have Eloisa Valdez. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and Board members. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Teacher of the Month for Del Rio Middle School 7th grade, Ms. Crystal Segura. Ms. Segura has taught in Del Rio for the past 3 years. Previously, she experienced an ESL classroom working with refugee students in San Antonio. Ms. Segura continues to work with ESL students at Del Rio Middle School. She demonstrates great organizational skills and a passion to help students acquire a second language. You will see her students work in small groups. She promotes social and academic language in her classroom and holds students accountable for daily expectations. Ms. Segura, thank you so much for all you do. Congratulations.
Good evening. We are very proud of our January Teacher of the Month, Narissa Wynn. She co-teaches math, assists with Del Rio Cares Agents of Change, and coaches robotics at our campus and Del Rio Middle School. She is creative, organized, and collaborates frequently with her peers. Her engaging lessons differ and involve every student to help them grasp and master the content. Mrs. Wynn also helps coordinate student and staff activities to help our culture improve at San Felipe Memorial Middle School. Great job, Mrs. Wynn. You are awesome.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. It is my sincere pleasure to introduce to you our Cardwell January Teacher of the Month, Ms. April Mendez. Ms. Mendez has been a teacher for 12 years, her last 7 at Cardwell. When you enter her classroom, you will immediately see a structured environment where students are actively engaged in rigorous lessons. She makes learning fun through purposeful whole group, small group, and individualized instruction, preparing our children for kindergarten. Ms. Mendez is also a team leader and fitness committee leader. This weekend, she organized over 20 Cardwell staff members to participate in the Red, White, and Blue 5K run, enhancing our community engagement. Congratulations, Ms. Mendez. We are honored and blessed to have you as one of our beautiful Cardwell Cubs.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. It is Buena Vista's pleasure to introduce Ms. Pembert. She is our kindergarten cluster leader, and she can be found most evenings and weekends on campus, developing lessons that will inspire her bilingual students to embrace their heritage while also learning English. She immerses her students into a world of imagination and helps them live the literature or history they are learning. She hand makes costumes so they can experience things like a traditional Thanksgiving. She develops special boxes that portray each student's personality, or sometimes she even designs backdrops that will highlight the students' writings, which will be displayed proudly in the hall bulletin boards. She is active in our student council and is always helping to showcase our students by decorating floats, our stage, or even other teachers' bulletin boards. Thank you, Mrs. Pembert, for using your wonderful talents to help our students in campus shine. You are truly leaving a legacy at Buena Vista every day.
Good evening, Board President Mesa, Dr. Rios, board members. DFC would like to recognize Jessica Hernandez this evening. Aside from doing great things in the classroom, Jessica Hernandez dedicates herself to building the culture at DFC. Mrs. Hernandez serves in different committees and is also involved in helping with our Leader in Me Synergy rallies. Aside from that, she also finds time to work with other parents to reach school goals. She simply just volunteers to go above and beyond and truly does this out of the love she has for our school, our students, and our district. Mrs. Hernandez is powerful, she is valuable, she is Calderon. Congratulations.
Good evening, Dr. Rios and members of the board. Highly motivated, extremely caring, and a giving soul all describe Kelly Lujan perfectly. Mom Lujan. She created an after-school science club a few years ago and is now integrating amazing field trips to enhance the experience for our little scientists. As cluster leader and a member of the campus leadership team, she mentors many around her and encourages her colleagues to be the best version of themselves. The students are her top priority, and this inspires them to strive for greatness. Through the unofficial role of campus photographer, she records precious moments on campus and shares the greatness to foster an even greater love for our school. Thank you, Mrs. Lujan, for your last 32 years of service. We love you.
Good evening, President Mesa, board members, and Dr. Rios.
Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing our Garfield Teacher of the Month for January, Miss Chelsea Lujan. Miss Lujan teaches 4th grade and is in her 2nd year of teaching at Garfield. Miss Lujan has been a great asset to our Garfield family and our 4th grade students and Mini Lighthouse team. They are all extremely fortunate to have her. She goes above and beyond for her students. She does it with a smile, a kind heart, always a positive attitude, an open mind, and she works collaboratively with her cluster, colleagues, and Lighthouse Action Team. It is clear to see that the apple does not fall far from the tree, as tonight she was nominated along with her mother, Mrs. Lujan from Chavita Elementary. Mrs. Lujan, thank you for passing on the love for education and teaching to your daughter. We are extremely fortunate to have her. Congratulations.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, Board President Mesa, and members of the board. It is my great pleasure to present Mrs. Maribel Hernandez as the Lawn and Green Teacher of the Month. Mrs. Hernandez is a 3rd grade reading teacher for our bilingual students. Mrs. Hernandez has a fantastic outlook on her students' achievements. She teaches her students that they will be successful. She works alongside her team, creating meaningful lessons and planning for small group instruction that will meet her students where they are and help them grow. Congratulations, Mrs. Hernandez, you are LGE Excellence.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, members of the board. The Teacher of the Month at Lamar Elementary for January is Miss April Banks. As a kindergarten teacher, Miss Banks works to provide engaging lessons for her students and ensures to collaborate with her team to learn and grow as much as she can. In addition, Miss Banks led our robotics team this year as they earned several awards at the district robotics meet. Whether it's in the classroom or activities with robotics and the Habitat Junior Rangers, Miss Banks helps provide opportunities for our students to be involved and successful at Lamar. Congratulations, Miss Banks. You are Lamar Pride.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. Tonight, North Heights Elementary celebrates Mrs. Angelica Manrique as January's Teacher of the Month. She has been with North Heights Elementary for 14 years and has been a chief the whole time. Yay! Mrs. Manrique took the initiative to begin a STEM club through an Education Foundation grant. This group was organized in mid-September and has since then become an active organization for North Heights students. Students meet weekly and work to think critically while using hands-on tools to solve real-world solutions. We look forward to growing students at North Heights Elementary. Thank you, Mrs. Manrique, for your leadership and for being so innovative.
And while they're coming up here, I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, there are shining stars, and we're so glad to see the campus family support them when they're recognized. It means a lot for us as trustees to know that we have great teachers doing great things in the classroom where it matters.
Swimming, you can thank Griner for it.
Congratulations again to all our shining stars. Next item on the agenda, we have citizens' comments, number 5. I'm sorry, number C, letter C. 4C, Career and Technical Education, CTE. Almost forgot that one. Month recognition, CTE month recognition, Career and Technology Education, Mr. Roger Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. CTE Month is celebrated across the country every year and is dedicated to explore and learn about the amazing opportunities and benefits of career and technical education programs. February is CTE Month, and this year's theme is Celebrate Today, Own Tomorrow. In our school district, the opportunities for students in CTE continues to grow with the additional innovative and specialty courses, additional industry-recognized certifications, competitiveness, unique projects, and the additional CTE dual credit courses. There are also student opportunities to develop skills, be creative, and become college or career ready. In CTE, students also have to showcase their skills with opportunities to compete at the district, state, national, and even the world arenas. Our CTE family is made up of 42 dedicated CTE teachers, a committed support staff, and over 3,400 CTE students in 19 different programs in 13 career pathways. To highlight our CTE programs and our CTE student ambassadors is Ms. Christy Barrera, CTE counselor.
Good evening. The CTE Student Ambassadors are a group of 19 outstanding students selected by their teachers to represent the CTE career clusters. They speak at a variety of engagements throughout the year to increase awareness of the options and opportunities students have within the CTE program. At this time, I would like to introduce each of the CTE Student Ambassadors. Representing Building Trades, Andres Ordaz. Electrical Trades, Brandon Griner. HVAC, Dulce Amor Guajardo. Audio Video, Asaf Figueras. Education, Emily McBlain. Finance, Lara Garenswai. Health Science, CNA, Ashley Fuentes is unable to be here tonight. EMT, Seth English. Medical Assistant, Valentina de la Cerda. Phlebotomy and EKG, Ilia Falcon. Hospitality, Adriana Vasquez. Human Services, Betty Lee Rogers. Information Technology, Caitlin Sotelo. Law Enforcement, Akasha Flores Santiago. Manufacturing, Andrew Castro. Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, Bailey Billadu. Transportation Aircraft, Rudy Lopez. And Transportation Automotive, Fernando Fuentes. CT would like to thank you so much for all your time and dedication, and we would also like to thank all of the school board members and Dr. Rios for their support of CTE programs.
As a recognition to the school board, you are being handed a student-created gift. It's a cutting board by our construction department and fresh bread from our culinary arts department. Again, thank you to the school board, school administration, and the parents and students for this wonderful opportunity in CT programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Under student recognition, again, we have some of the students that will be recognized. I'll turn it over to Dr. Rios.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, as I was looking at the crowd, I noticed some parents that are more than likely here because their student or students will be recognized with Coach Smith's presentation. So if we can move up Coach Smith's presentation, it is item 8D. Allow him to make his presentation and recognize the students. I think the parents will greatly appreciate it, and then we can proceed. Is that okay, sir?
President Mesa, Dr. Rios, board members. Guess we'll start at the end since they're already up on the stage. But these two fine young men and young lady that is on the stage are two of our athletes that signed their letters of intent on February the 6th, which is National Signing Day. What that means is they have committed to going and competing at the collegiate level. The young lady is Isabel Gonzalez. She will be competing in cross country and track and field at Bellevue University in Nebraska. The young man on stage is Guy Creamer. He was our starting quarterback this year. He's going on a football scholarship to Hardin-Simmons University in Abilene, Texas. As I said on signing day, and I say this all the time when we have these signing events, that without having great academics, they could not be standing where they're at. So all you youngsters out here that have ambitions to compete at anything at the next level, academics is the key. So, thank you. Now we'll start at the beginning. Our student participation totals for 7th through 12th graders. We have 1,382 athletes, student athletes currently in our program. This is 30% of our 7th through 12th grade population. Breakdown is 559 females in the program, 823 males in the program. There are 10 athletic programs at the middle school level and 22 athletic programs at the freshman through 12th grade level. We currently have 556 student athletes at the middle school. We have 5 male programs and 5 female programs for a total of 10 programs at Del Rio Middle School. At the freshman campus, we have 292 student athletes. This includes students that are at Early College High School and at Blended Academy. Each of these athletes have the opportunity to compete in 11 different sports. There's 22 total, 11 on the male side and 11 on the female side. Del Rio High School, this is 10th through 12th graders. We have 534 student athletes. Again, this includes Early College High School, Blended Academy. Again, we have 22 total programs, 11 for our male athletes and 11 for our female athletes. Every day we preach academics. We are an academic first program, and all of our athletes understand that in order to be a part of the athletic program, they have to take their academics seriously. The third 6 weeks overall, based on these 1,382 athletes, we had an overall passing rate of 83.5%. Del Rio High School had an 87.4%. Del Rio Freshman Campus had 82.1% passing, and Del Rio Middle School had an 81% passing rate. Our goal is always 100%, and we're still working on it. Current district standings, boys basketball finished in 5th place. We had an exciting play-in game last Friday that determined whether they would move to the 4th place and make the playoffs. They lost in overtime by 2 points by a last-second shot that put them in 5th place, and the team we played finished in 4th place. Our boys swimming program, we're 3rd at the district meet, 10th at the region meet. Boys soccer currently is 9-3-1 overall. 1-1-1 in district. Boys golf, tennis, baseball, and track are in their non-district schedules. So eventually they'll get into their district competition. Our girls athletic programs, girls basketball finished 5th also. They missed the playoffs by 2 one-point games. And the top 4 in some sports qualify for the playoffs. Girls swimming was 4th at district and 20th at the region meet. Girls soccer is currently overall 6 wins, 4 losses, 1 tie, and 1-1-1 in district. Our girls golf, tennis, softball, and track are still in their non-district schedules. And we did our college signings. Any questions that I can answer for y'all?
Any questions? Great job, sir. No questions.
Thank you all for everything you do for our athletic program. We've got lots of kids participating. We average about 11 a year signing letters of intent to go to college. Over the last 3 years, we've had 33 athletes sign. We've only got 2 right now, so hopefully we've got 9 more coming before the end of the school year. Again, thank you for everything you do for athletics.
Thank you, sir. Okay, on this next portion of our agenda, citizens' comments. We reserve up to 30 minutes on the agenda for citizens' comments. We asked, and I was here earlier, if there's a group of people speaking on the same subject to select 3 speakers. We had 7 people select the topic Lamar. We're allowing the first 3 speakers that signed up for it. We're allowing 2 speakers for Cardwell. Again, each one has 5 minutes to speak. We will have a timer, and we ask that you, again, use appropriate language. We're not here to disrespect anyone. If you disrespect or use inappropriate language, I'll ask that the microphone be turned off. There will be a timekeeper that will say time. We will allow you to finish the statement and then call for the next speaker. Those are the housekeeping rules. Again, as I mentioned, I got here at 5 o'clock to make sure that that was expressed to the people that were speaking. First person that we have.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As this is a not normal event there, I respectfully request that anyone who signed up be allowed to speak.
We have always I know in the past, we've had other topics such as transportation and a lot of times, bus drivers and so forth. And the rules have always been expressed. Now, if that's the wishes of the board, we have a request that we extend the 30 minutes beyond, because if we have 7 and then we have, again, 2 other people, that is going to take us beyond the 30 minutes. And so we do that to expedite our agenda. But if that is the wish of the board, then I will ask each board member for your opinion. Do you wish to extend the time?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, we have Amy, Mr. Smith. Then, Josh, do you want to make that call to extend the time beyond 30 minutes? Again, this is, we've always followed the rules because, again, this is something that we expect, again, to expedite our agenda. It just so happens that, we have 7 and 2, which is, again, 9. And so we're going to allow 5 minutes each. But in the event that we have 20 people signed up, this is why we have that rule, to allow only 30 minutes to expedite our agenda. We do have a long agenda. And so we do that because, again, for the sake of time.
So, Mr. Mesa, let's define that a little more clear. How many people do we have?
9.
We got 9 people that signed up.
Yes.
And you're saying give them 5 minutes
5
apiece,
minutes.
and I think that's legitimate. Yeah.
We all agree, sir. We all agree. Seems like.
Ms. Webb? Okay, we're going to extend the time to 45 minutes and allow each person that signed up. I will take by order. First person that we have is Alonso Martinez on Lamar. You come up to the podium.
Mr. Superintendent, ladies and gentlemen of the board, 48 years ago, there were 4 elementary schools in what is the San Felipe neighborhood, or the barrio. There was Stephen F. Austin, Sam Houston, M.B. Lamar, and William Travis. Everyone who graduates from a Texas high school knows who these men are and were and what they mean to the state of Texas. So it is not something that is far-fetched. These schools serve the entire neighborhood of San Felipe, which consisted of mostly poor residents in the town. We did not know we were poor, so it didn't matter. And yes, Travis was later changed to Mrs. Irene Cardwell, an outstanding educator and pillar of our community. Today, there is only one full-fledged elementary school left in the entire neighborhood of San Felipe, and that is Lamar. Austin, until recently, was vacant and seemingly abandoned. Now it appears to be the new home for the district's maintenance departments. Houston is abandoned. Travis is shut down except for the cafeteria, which is rented to a nonprofit organization for a token fee. 48 years ago may seem like a long time, but all this happened within our lifetimes. yours and mine. So it wasn't all that long ago. Besides Linda, I don't recall any of you ever having lived or walked in the streets of San Felipe. Therefore, I don't think that you would feel or have any feelings, if any, towards that neighborhood or the people who live there, other than as a something that has to be addressed, like providing a school. So, San Felipe was there before any other section of Del Rio was established, any other section of Del Rio. And except for a certain section of Del Rio referred to as the north part of town, this is still a poor town. But nothing is as poor as that which is neglected and overlooked because the people there stay quiet and roll with the punches. There is now a move by the current administration to close down Lamar, the elementary school, and use the physical plant to house 3- and 4-year-olds. Why? The reason to move 500 5 through 11-year-olds is to save $200. That's what $2 million. I'm sorry, $2 million. That's what I heard from at least 2 of the board members. Double the amount of the students when you take into account the preschoolers that are housed at the former Eastside Elementary School, regardless if it is now being called Mrs. Cardwell. How would this money be saved and to what purpose? I am appealing to the good sense and judgment of you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Mr. Rios has his mind made up, and he sees how he wants things to be. You folks represent the entire citizens and residents of this school district. You are the balancing authority between what is good for all and what the executive officer wants. I heard from board members that there is room in at least 2 elementary schools to accommodate the children from Lamar. One is Ruben Chavita. The situation in Chavita was man-made or self-made when the elementary school at Laughlin was built for the sake of money. Chavita lost some 200 children to the base school. No surprise there, and I am sure that Mr. Rios knew this. So now there is a situation that allows for the last elementary school in San Felipe to be closed. Please see this for what it is, a power play using the premise of saving money. Let's talk money. The tax ratification allowed over $5 million to be moved from one section of the district coffers into the general fund. For what? I haven't seen or heard of where that money is being used up to now. I did hear that for teacher salaries, teachers are always used as a cushion or as something that's out there. Teachers, we must remember, are state employees. Now, what about maybe pay raises for administration? We have quite a few of those. The base school purportedly gained over 100. I think Raymond told me 125, 150 students whose parents, this gain was made after those parents who did not want their children going to the San Felipe Del Rio ISD school. Once that base school was built, they moved them in. For what? Why did we build a school? Again, money, tax base. It increased the number of students and the monies that were coming in.
Time's up.
One last word. Basta.
Thank you. Okay, the next person that we have is Gloria Diaz Kurzman, Lamar.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, President Mesa, and Board of Trustees. My name is Gloria Kurzman, and I am here on behalf of my children, my family, my community, and all the staff of Lamar Elementary. First and foremost, I would like to thank each and every one of you for all the work that you have put into our school district. It has not been overlooked. I am here to let you know that I, along with all these people here and the ones who couldn't make it, do not agree with the plan to repurpose Lamar Elementary into Cardwell Head Start. We understand and agree that the children of the Head Start program need a safe, reliable, and updated facility, but not at the cost of losing Lamar. Lamar Elementary has been part of the San Felipe community for generations. I am a product of Lamar, and it is where I developed the most since I did not attend Head Start or pre-K. The goal is to make sure that every child receives the best education possible that this district can provide. How is removing a mandatory elementary that serves K through 5th to replace it with a program that is not mandatory and serves each child for 2 years max? How is that providing the best? I'm sure if you look at the numbers, you will see that a good amount of the Cardwell students transition into Lamar every year. Can we really do without another elementary? Can we really do without it? I think not. Seems like we are moving backwards instead of forwards. And we can't do that. We can't afford to do that in this growing city of Del Rio. I ask you to review this plan and keep Lamar School. We all want the same thing for our children. We all want to build up our children. All the children, not just the ones at Lamar, but all the children in all the elementaries. And I am very passionate about keeping Lamar open, not just for myself, not just for the memories I made there, not just for the fact that my father attended there, my children, and I was hoping that my grandchildren would attend there. But I'm not here for just myself. I'm here to speak on behalf of all the parents that will not stand up and speak, of the parents that I work with who love Lamar and the staff there. The teachers, you cannot compare. They work so hard with our children. They work so hard with them. And we are blessed with our community school. The children walk to the school and home from school. They ride their bikes. It is such a close-knit school to our community. Yes, Cardwell needs another facility. I believe that as well. I had one of my children attend Cardwell, but the other two, no, our income was too high, so we did not qualify. But my daughter, who's moving from 5th to 6th grade this year, she's done awesome, and she did not attend pre-K. But I believe that it starts in the home, of course, but I don't believe that we should lose Lamar Elementary, and I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm asking you for all the children at Lamar Elementary, do not displace them, do not move them, do not put them into another elementary where we don't know if they will be able to grow there, we don't know how they will react, we don't know the outcome of it. I understand that you, as your job as a board member, as the superintendent, the president, your job is to look at the numbers, to look at the data, to look at the percentages and the underutilization of the other schools. But when you really, really get down to the root of it all, it's about the kids, it's about the students, it's about the children, it's about providing the best. And that's why you are the Board of Trustees, because we trust you to do the best for our children by our children. So I'm asking you today to please reconsider this plan, go back to the drawing board, and just, there has to be another option, and I know there is, and I know that you will work hard, and I know that you are working hard, and I'm just here to ask for that. And I thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have Eloy Padilla, speaking again, Lamar School.
Good evening. I'm not here in any professional capacity. I'm here as a private citizen and as a product of Lamar. I graduated there in 1961 from Lamar Junior High and from San Felipe High School. But when I was first approached to speak, I didn't know how to approach because I've been a board member. I know what you're going through. I know what kind of decisions are put on you, sometimes at the last minute, sometimes without having it been thought all the way through. This seems to be one of those kind of decisions that perhaps was not thoroughly evaluated. All people are asking is go back, evaluate it, and please don't look just at the numbers and the data. They don't mean everything. As people are going to be speaking later and have spoken, it's much more than that. Lamar represents much more than just numbers and figures. It's the last elementary school from the original settlement of San Felipe del Rio. Some of us are trying to renovate, restore, rejuvenate, rehabilitate that area of town, and we're working hard to do it. We're asking you to take that last vestige of what it means to be a neighborhood school, and that's what it is. A neighborhood school where children can walk, ride their bikes. The grandparents or parents can walk them to school and be part of the school. The issue of Cardwell has been well known for the last several years when it moved from Travis and it moved to East Side. And it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed quickly and thoroughly. Those children need protection from the elements. They need a good environment. And I understand that, and I respect that. But this is not the right decision. This is not the right choice. All I'm asking is please go back and rethink it. Think it more thoroughly. I'm not going to get into the numbers because I don't have the time. But I've looked at the numbers. Some of it doesn't make sense. But in the end, it's the impact you're going to have on the family, the impact on the children. Think about that before you make your decision. And try to go back and rethink it and to look at all alternatives, not just one. And I'm here to offer my help personally, whatever I can do. If you need to go back and need some help to find something to battle for a bond to get Cardwell a school, I will be there on the front line. And I was just thinking a few moments ago, please, if you allow me just a few minutes, as I look around, starting with Superintendent Rios and also a lot of the administrators that were here, a lot of them were my ex-students. Or, Mr. Rios, you were on campus. You were not my student, but you were on campus when I was here. This campus, when there was an eighth grader. Eighth grade, is that correct, Mr. Rios? And some of you I know personally. I know you got good hearts. I know you got brains. We're all family, people. We're all family. God bless.
Thank you very much. Next person we have is Regina Jimenez, rezoning.
I'm going quickly, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Rios and respected members of the board. My name is Regina Jimenez, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Lamar Elementary. I stand before you tonight on behalf of my coworkers. On February 8th, an email was sent out to district employees regarding the proposed plan, which entailed Cardwell moving to Lamar and Lamar students being dispersed to Garfield, Chavira, and Calderon. Lamar is home to 553 students and over 35 employees. 62% of Lamar students are identified at risk of not completing high school, and about 87% are identified as economically disadvantaged. A recent demographic study completed proposed numbers as to what might be best for the district. Lamar students are not just numbers. They are children who are entitled and need a stable and structured education. Lamar is a place that has many people working together with passion towards one goal, the success of its students. Lamar is home to teachers who work well as a team. We have been able to build a family environment within our walls. Our students come first. We know our students and are able to provide with them the education and love they deserve. Lamar has students and teachers who strive for success. We have received a Gold Star Science recognition 3 years in a row, and this past year, we received a distinction designation for top 25% student progress. We were points shy of being rated a B campus, and this year, we're on target to obtain that B. Our teachers work hard to earn grants through the Education Foundation that allow our students opportunities to have a living outdoor classroom and flexible seating. By working hand in hand with park rangers and Texas game wardens, our 5th graders learn ethics about fishing and being good people. This year, we were awarded yet another grant for fishing at the creek to continue. When on field trips to Seminole Canyon, Casa de la Cultura, and to this auditorium for movie matinees, we are praised for our students' behavior. Our students love to represent Lamar, and they do it well. We understand and agree that the children currently being serviced at Cardwell are deserving of a better building. Eastside was closed many years ago to become Cardwell, and even then it was not suited to service 3- and 4-year-olds. A lot of money went into making Eastside a preschool, and the last attempt to provide Cardwell with a campus was made by administration with the bond proposed in 2017. The public voted against it. People want to see security and stability for their children, and unfortunately, sometimes certain luxuries have taken priority, and the public has taken note. Cardwell students and staff deserve a better campus. We strongly feel that by closing Lamar and relocating its current students to other campuses is not in the best interest of the students of this district. Dispersing and displacing the students and teachers of Lamar is not the solution. If saving money is a goal, where exactly are those savings going to come from, and what are the benefits going to be? Have you considered the potential problems that may arise from rezoning? Have the potential problems that may arise from rezoning been taken into consideration? For example, attendance. We know attendance matters. We make daily phone calls to encourage our students to be at school, but unfortunately, some students, by no fault of their own, can get there on time. Some of our families don't have the means or transportation to get our children to and from school or a bus stop. On any given day, you will see students walking or riding their bikes to school. If rezoning takes place next year and students are bused to their new schools, wouldn't transportation costs be incurred? Not only would those costs be incurred due to absences and transportation expenses, but they would also be incurred getting bathrooms and classrooms up to code for a program like Head Start, because Lamar was built to serve as an elementary campus. What's going to happen to students if rezoning happens? By filling campuses to near maximum capacity, there would be overcrowded classrooms, overwhelmed children, and minimal room for new students. Lamar students have reaped the benefits of the small school atmosphere, and our success shows that. Being a smaller campus is not a privilege, but a need. Classroom sizes affect student learning. How is the increased number of 125 to 150 students at these campuses going to benefit any of our students? Lamar students are thriving despite the obstacles they face. By separating our students and placing them at another campus, we would be pushing them out of where their roots have already been planted. We are a successful elementary. We provide a strong foundation for the students of San Felipe.
Time's up, Ms. Inez.
Thank you. We just ask you that you please take into consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesa, can I pass you some copies of the petitions and some community letters?
Sandra, would you take them? Yes. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Felix Escobedo Jr., Lamar Elementary.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, board members, President Mesa, members of the community. My name is Felix Escobedo Jr. I'm a lifelong member of the community. Attended many of your schools. Many of you know me since I was little. Many of you I've known since I was little, so I think I turned out okay. So I actually live at 109 Waters. It's a block from Lamar. It's a block from the park. That's the reason I chose that house, because of the proximity to the school, proximity to the park. I wanted my kids to be raised by a neighborhood school. They could walk if they had to. The park's right there. It's a beautiful area. I chose to live in that area. I chose to live in San Felipe. My 8-year-old, all of my kids have attended school there. I have 3 children, one of them who still attends. My 8-year-old daughter, Sophia, she's a 3rd grader there. So this proposal affects me personally. If she was to get moved to another school, which would most likely be either Garfield or Calderon, I look at her having, if she had to walk, she'd have to cross major highways, railroad tracks, walk through the park, which is not always the safest thing. So it does affect me personally. Over the years, I've gotten to know many of the faculty, from the custodians to the teachers to the principals. That school is really family-oriented. You know, they've done a lot for my kids, and I really appreciate it. So, the proposal now is to move Cardwell into Lamar and force approximately 550 students as well as the faculty to other schools. For many of the members of San Felipe community, relocating them to other schools will put an undue and unfair burden on them and their families. As many of them walk their children to school in the morning and then pick them up in the afternoon as well. I acknowledge that all children deserve safe and up-to-date schools, but I do not agree with the way this proposal has been rolled out. So just a couple of questions for you. Why hasn't there been much discussion on this? Why was there not much publicity on the proposal? Is this the best option? Have all childhood standards been looked at? The school isn't even centralized. So why not look at schools whose grades are not up to par and that are more centralized? The Head Start program, federally funded, requires certain requirements for children who attend. Travis was shut down as it did not meet those requirements, and those children were then moved to Eastside, what is now Cardwell. So apparently the school is also not meeting Head Start requirements. So you once again want to displace an entire school and relocate Cardwell again. So this will also require that the school be brought up to standards, costing more taxpayer money and the logistics of busing children in. If this proposal had been and is such an emergency, then why weren't funds appropriately used in the past? Was this building that we're standing in now more priority than the safety and security of our children? It's a beautiful building, but what's more priority? Why wasn't a school built specifically for the Head Start after they moved it the first time? Or why wasn't the school remodeled in sections like Lamar was? Now it's come to our attention that a member of the school board is also a designee member for the Head Start PAC site committee. My concern is that this member may cast a vote that may favor Head Start, thereby depriving the students of Lamar Elementary and the San Felipe community of attaining equitable and equal opportunity to achieve academic success as those students that have accessibility in their own community. This would force an undue burden on the Lamar students and families. There is also a second member of the board who was director of a Head Start program for many years that may also cast a favorable vote to the Head Start program. Would this not be considered a conflict of interest for one and maybe a moral issue for the other? I believe that morally and ethically they should abstain from voting to show fairness for all students. In closing, I would really ask for more community discussion and not to rush this proposal, as I do not believe this is the best solution. If you vote for it today, you're essentially inconveniencing one to convenience another. You are pitting one against the other, and that just isn't right. This is not an us against them issue. This is an us against you who are voting for this. I ask that you listen to your constituents and table this proposal so that we can work together to find a better solution for every member of the community. I, along with many members of the community, would gladly work in conjunction with you to help resolve this and find a better solution. You know, my personal opinion is that it's being rushed because many members of the San Felipe barrio, many people feel that many members are lazy, unmotivated, uneducated, and they're just going to roll over. You know, but I'm here to tell you, I'm very motivated, I'm very educated, and I'm willing to fight to keep that school open. So they handed you, I'm sure they handed you those letters. Here's another 120 from kids.
Time's up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person we have is Clarissa Zavala, Lamar Elementary.
Good evening. My name is Clarissa Zavala, and with respect to you, dear school board members, I just want to read something on behalf of Lamar. In today's world, the limited access to the appropriate educational opportunities following the lack of proper financial budgeting can be detrimental to the lifelong advancement of individuals from our low socioeconomic and households and members of subgroups. This encroachment of the basic and fundamentally American right poses a fault in our society. Should we allow one school to deprive them and their children from the public, this subgroup, Lamar, of their right to an education within their community in order to fund another grant-based program? How do we take the food from one starving child to feed to another starving child? I have 3 children. I can't think of what's best for one. I must think for 3. As I do believe you do, 2 board members, not just one. I understand you're looking at all the students, but we can't take away from one subgroup, which is the same low socioeconomic status, the same schools. Our Lamar students benefit from Cardwell as well. We recognize that. Research and literature has found that socioeconomic status and parental involvement and family size are very important factors in the student's academic performance. As such, family background is crucial to the student's life, and outside of the school, it is the most important influence on the student's learning. The environment at the home and in their community is the primary socialization agent, and in turn, it influences their interest in school and their aspirations for the future. I have some questions for our board members that I would like to see if you guys could answer it or get back to me. Which elementary schools are failing within our districts according to the TEA and the federal standards, according to the adequate yearly progress report or evaluation? Was Lamar failing? Is Lamar not up to standard? Were letters sent out to other schools letting them know that they had Lamar as an option to send their children to? What options did you have before choosing Lamar for the side of the Head Start? Were there other options? I ask you these questions because I, as a parent, was not notified. I, as a community member, was not aware of this. And I am the one that is going to be affected. What other schools are failing that can provide, maybe is there a more centralized school other than Lamar? According to your response on the district webpage or on the social media and the newspaper, I see that maybe the less affluent neighborhoods are the ones that are going to be affected with the rezoning or moving the students around. Yet the other more prosperous communities, I don't see a change to them as much. If you choose Lamar because it's a newer school and it's offered a better facility, if Lamar is a newer school, it's only because it's the last school that got renovated. We waited for years to have something good. My daughter started in kinder at Lamar, and we were in portable buildings. And until she left Lamar in 5th grade, that's 6 years, did we have the campus that we have now. And we went through construction zones. We went through portable buildings. And now we have something that is new and shiny and it wants to get taken away. Meanwhile, a brand new elementary school in another part of town that is not San Felipe is being opened up. How many other elementary schools will there be able to be, how many other elementary schools will there be in other parts of the district accessible within the community that are not affected by this action? When did you decide to initiate this action? Why weren't we, the stakeholders, the parents, the personnel, the community, why weren't we involved in this discussion? Did nobody want to hear our opinions? If you are choosing Lamar because it is the best school, I think I came to school here. This was my 8th grade campus. It did not look as good as it looks today. A little bit of investment and wow, this shiny new penny looks really nice. So why not invest in our smaller children and provide them or invest in a building for the early childhood center for the children? Therefore, I'm just requesting if you guys can go ahead and give us times, date, locations, who was involved in this decision making.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have is Diana Abreu.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, director Ríos y miembros de la mesa, all board members. I just come here as a member of the community to speak up for Lamar, for my barrio San Felipe. I was raised in San Felipe. My brother Richie was raised right on San Felipe Street. That's where we lived. And in the name of Miss Irene Cardwell, which today, if she were here, ya gracias a Dios, she's in another, que en paz descanse, Miss Irene Cardwell. She was our neighbor. She lived we lived right on San Felipe Street. She lived on Plaza. She was in our backyard. And she was a powerful lady. And I can guarantee you, if she were here today, she would be very unhappy with whatever decision you're going to make. Hopefully it's a positive one. I just want to remind each one of you that you are elected officials. People have elected you. Those of you that sit on the board of directors, you work for the people, and that's how you got there. I want to remind you that each one of you that sit in that chair, when you got elected, it was because of the people that voted for you, the citizens of this community. San Felipe, we already are suffering with gentrification in our barrio. Never mind the flood of 98 wiped the neighborhood out and it suffered catastrophically. Then schools started to close down. I mean, those are abandoned buildings. If we want to talk about things getting vandalized or buildings being destroyed, it's because they're not being taken care of. How many of you drive through the barrio and go and look? You have to go and pay attention. Those buildings could be utilized. That's money that's just things that are being wasted away. You know, with all respect, I walked in this building today, and I was looking at the marble floors, the beautiful glass doors. This is a beautiful building. It got renovated, and you invested a lot of money. But at the time, I understand that this building got, I think they did the ribbon cutting like in 2016. Why weren't you thinking about the early childhood development program then? If you invested millions of dollars in this building, that's a lot of money. But since you're representing the district and you're representing the children of the community and you're representing the education that we have to offer to our children, that should be the priority, not marble floors, not glass doors, because you're going to take that with you. So I'm asking you, I'm just here as a citizen, and I'm telling you, I know this from my heart. In 1978, a group of parents organized like today to work to help stop the dropout rate in Del Rio. In 1978 and 79, the dropout rate in the high school, in Del Rio High School, was high. Kids were being pushed out, and there was a lot of dropouts. Organizing in the community, what we did is we got the parents together, and we asked the school board of directors, we hold an accountability night, just like this is tonight. It might not be called that, but that's what it is. And all we're here to do is to remind you que ustedes que están sentados ahí, that you're sitting on those chairs, you are an elected official. And we are your constituency. When you take the vote, let's vote with your heart y con su conciencia. Y señor Ríos, disculpe, con todo respeto, you work for the school district. You work for the people. Just like you sit up there, that easily way they can fire you, sir. Porque tú eres un trabajador también. Vote with your heart. Vote with your conscience. Don't gentrify San Felipe more. There's a lot of history here. And you know what? Los niños aquí están. Help the morale of your teachers. Help the morale of that school. They have done excellent. You should be proud. Hold them up high. And look at all tonight was gorgeous. All the children that came up. We don't know how many kids that came here tonight were from San Felipe. There probably were. There probably were for Lamar. Vote for Lamar. Vote positive. Let's not do that. There's other alternatives. Let's take this back. We're willing. We're here to help the board. If you need help, that's why our community is here. Thank you.
Next speaker that we have is Pete Talamantes, Head Start, Cardwell Head Start.
Just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Mr. Rios and Mr. Mesa and the rest of the board. With that said, basically, I live a half a block away from Lamar, and all my kids have gone through Lamar. And I come here to speak on behalf of Cardwell that I know there's many mixed emotions as to what has been transpiring, what's been taking place, a lot of the rumors, a lot of the words that have been said, and I know that it has hit home for both sides. Change is I'm not a big champion of change. I don't think nobody is a champion of change. But at the same time, let me share with you, as a previous worker of Head Start, for 9 years, I worked as a Head Start fatherhood coordinator for the Head Start program. And I also worked for social services. And many countless times there, what used to be the old Travis, it just didn't rain one time. It rained for many months, and we used to transport children on our backs, carrying them to and fro from classroom. Teachers, disaster within the classrooms, carpets that were wet. We had people flooding the school, to get those carpets dried up. Children couldn't go to the cafeteria because everything was just so flooded. For those of you that know, you probably have some comprehension, some understanding of where I'm coming from. And these are, yes, 3-4-year-old children. I have grandsons of my own. They're at that age group. Now, I love my grandchildren. Every day, I speak to them. I call them up because, you know what? They mean a lot to me. We have a program here in Del Rio. It's the Head Start program. It's a value. It has great capability. It stands for something that many of you parents that are here, you've seen your children go through this program. You've seen the excellence. You've seen the outcomes. Everything that has unfolded to see just the brilliant thing that they have acquired through the Head Start program. I have, yes, my emotions, seeing that my children went through Lamar, and at the same time they went through the Head Start program. You know, I stand here, and I have a heart to kind of see where things are going through. I'm like, you know, I spoke with my children before I came over here. The three of them that went through the Head Start program and through Lamar Elementary Schools. And I thank you, teachers, that took my children under your wings when you were there at Lamar. Some of you that I've seen here, thank you very much. You do a great, awesome job. But sometimes, you know, we see where we're at right now. And yes, I believe that we have a tremendous, excellent board members that are in place. I think this is the best board members that we've had in place. And you know what? Yes, they have a tough decision to make. It's something that I don't know if I wanted to be in that position right now. I don't know if you could be in that position right now. I think we all have mixed emotions as to what's going to take place, what's going to happen. I think we have tremendous, excellent teachers in the school district that whatever takes place, they're ready, they're willing to work with your children. And once again, I'm not here to tell the school board members what to do, but you know what? We have 3- and 4-year-old children. Just as you share the concerns, you know what? There's change and there's a need. What weighs much more? Is it the need? These children that are at what used to be the Eastside Elementary School, you know what? I do workshops there, and I still see, you know, they don't have no heaters for, you know, some warm water. When they have to go outside, they're faced with some strong, disastrous cold temperatures. These are 3- 4-year-old children. When they have to go to the cafeteria, everything's opened. It's opened. Would you want your children to go through that? And I understand we've had the comments, the concerns. We make mistakes. Yes, our school board is held accountable to the decisions that they make, but don't we all make mistakes? Haven't we made mistakes that sometimes, you know what? Yes, la regué, I messed up. I'm here to encourage you as a school district, as families. Let's work together.
Time's up, Mr. Telemans.
Let's work together, and I hope that this decision that's made is for the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker that we have is Sandra Fuentes, repurpose transition of Head Start to Lamar Elementary.
Good evening, School Board President Mesa, school board members, and Superintendent Rios. I am Sandra Fuentes, co-chair of the board organization. We are here tonight to listen to information and explanation given regarding the proposed transition of Head Start program to Lamar Elementary. We are also here, however, to express our suggestion that conversations need to happen between school administrators and parents, especially Lamar parents. We feel very strongly that in order for this school district to meet the needs of the community, conversations, negotiations, and yes, even debate need to take place. They need to happen with the biggest stakeholders when it comes to education there is, and that is the parents. They cannot be left out of any decision made by the school board. From these conversations, all stakeholders can come up with possible options to address the many needs of the entire school district. We have to have a clear understanding of the situation so we can offer an alternative and other options as possibilities. But we need to have the facts and the figures before we can decide what is best for our children. That might include perhaps looking at another bond, maybe a bond that would include improving Cartwell right now. Maybe it's a possibility that the overflow of children in Lonnie Green and Buena Vista, they get bused to the vacant classrooms in Garfield and Calderon and Ruben Chavira. We don't have those answers. We won't have those answers until conversations happen. But you cannot leave the parents out of that decision making. President Mesa, we are respectfully asking you that this item agenda be put up on this agenda tonight. Thank you so much.
We thank all the speakers again for your attention to this matter. At this time, we are going to be moving item 10D as requested by Mr. Overfeld.
Mr. Chairman.
Again?
I'd also, because it pertains to 10D, I think it's also important to bring 8C forward in front of 10D.
Okay, there's been a request again to move 10D up, and Mr. Overfeld has just said that 8D?
8C, item 8C,
8C.
which is in reports. Item C, Operations Committee meeting update there, because it doesn't have anything in there? No? Okay, then we'll just go 10, please.
Okay. All right, is there any objection again to moving item 10D up? Anyone? Is everybody okay with that? Okay, at this time, we are going to be dealing with item 10D. So again, we'll be coming back to the items on the agenda. We're moving item 10D up on the agenda. Item 10D reads, consideration to approve the implementation of elementary rezoning and relocation of bilingual academy and early childhood / Head Start programs for the 2019-2020 school year. Dr. Rios.
Yes, Mr. Mesa, thank you. If it pleases the board, I'd like to make the presentation from the dais of the lower level. Sandra, if you'll please cue it up. While she's bringing it up, I'd first like to express a just deep sense of gratitude for those of y'all that presented your views in such a dignified manner. I know it's an emotional issue. I know it's a real issue for the families that live in that neighborhood. And it's good to hear from everybody. I appreciate the emails that gave me some insight and things that maybe we had not researched and allowed us to complete that research and hopefully make the most informed presentation. So this time I'm going to go down there, and when I'm done, Mr. Mesa, we can come up here and continue the discussion. Mr. Mesa, members of the board, tonight the administration would like to discuss some district needs that do include providing a long-term solution for Cardwell and address the decreased enrollment at the elementary level. We'd like to present various options and then have a balanced approach to discussing these options, the pros and the cons, and then arrive at a process and the solution. A few years ago, administration decided that Cardwell needed some help because of flooding issues, as you can see on the slides, that occurred on more than one occasion. the decision was made to take Cardwell from Travis, where I attended first and second grade, to East Side. Unfortunately, the change that was made took a program that needed a house to the oldest building in the district. Because of its age, we can't go into Cardwell and make utility and technology upgrades because they would be not effective. A few months ago, administration made a presentation of the options to replace Cardwell or repair it. And it was clear that the repairs needed for Cardwell would exceed the cost of building a new campus. So to this day, the teachers work with cluttered spaces, the students are exposed to the elements, and we still haven't arrived at a solution for Cardwell. Now, when it comes to pre-K, we look at the trends of the state, and it appears by the successes of the communities that have invested in pre-K that it does have an effect on the overall success of the student and of the district. We have models like San Antonio that's offered pre-K to everyone, not just students in need. Research is clear. Pre-K, when done appropriately, provides the best benefit to students. We can debate whether it's the parents' responsibility, the school's responsibility, or the community's responsibility, but the reality is that we do have a program, so we need to provide an appropriate place for it. Going from flooding to buildings that don't work should no longer be an option. The other issue that we have to also address is the decreased enrollment at our elementary schools. Over the last 5 years, the enrollment at our elementary schools has decreased by almost 500 students. Every single year, the enrollment decreased. And it decreased at higher levels in certain schools, and there was a couple reasons for it. One of them definitely has to do with the birth rate. Studies have shown that there is a decreased birth rate, and we don't have too many families that move to Del Rio, so birth rate does have some piece of it. The second piece is that about 5 years ago, the board also charged the administration with addressing the number of students that were crossing the border on a daily basis. Whether we agree or disagree, the reality is that there are students that didn't have domicile, they didn't have an address here in our community. So we took certain actions requiring them to provide paperwork that showed shared residency or guardianship every year. And consistently, the numbers dropped. To date, you can still see a lot of the white vans operating in the community, but the majority of them take students either to the charter school or some of the private schools. But the reality is that we have approximately 500 less students. The only reason that the student enrollment stopped declining and took a trend up is because we did recapture students that were going to Brackettville. We did do that, so our enrollment showed an upward trend, and we expected that it will show another slight upward trend in the next year of 20 or 25 students. But the overall net will be a significant decrease in elementary enrollment. So on the one hand, we have Cardwell that needs a long-term solution. If we believe in pre-K education, then we must provide a permanent solution. And on the other hand, we have the decreased enrollment that has caused a lot of classrooms to go unused throughout the district. The decreased enrollment, however, does provide certain opportunities. A few years ago, because we needed to improve the bilingual education of the neediest students in our district, we created bilingual academies. And that was a difficult decision. It was a difficult decision for two reasons. One, because it did involve transferring students from one campus to the next. At the Lamar campus, we transferred the bilingual students to Chavira. At Calderon, we transferred the bilingual students to Lonnie Green. At North Heights, we transferred the students to Buena Vista, and it was a difficult decision, difficult rezoning, but it had to be done, and since then, we've had positive results in adding those resources. So now, with a decreased enrollment, it gives us a chance to revisit our bilingual program, our special education, and our early childhood program, to review building utilization, geographic attendance boundaries, not just for one attendance zone, but the entire district, and to consider student transportation. So now we come to options. You know, what is the best decision amongst various options? Well, we can certainly consider extending our grade configuration and go from pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. Or we can forego that decision and build pre-kindergarten attendance zones like we have with the bilingual population. Or yes, we can also reduce 4 of the southern attendance zones to 3 attendance zones and repurpose 1 campus. The reason that that decision would have to lie within Garfield, Lamar, Calderon, or Chavira as one of the campuses that would be repurposed is because as the student population has decreased at rapid rates over the last 5 years, to pick one of the zones, whether it's North Heights, Lonnie Green, or Buena Vista, and repurpose that as a bilingual, as an early childhood campus, would move the population south. It would also use one of the largest campuses in the district and create a whole lot of movement throughout. That's why it would have to be Garfield, Lamar, Calderon, or Chavira as one of the campuses that were repurposed if we went that route. So now let's look at some of the reviews, some of the research that administration conducted to arrive at a recommendation. Pre-kindergarten through 5th grade, if we went to that option, certainly the students would have effective academic and social support when they transition because they would already be at their home campus. You start pre-K 3rd grade, pre-K 4th grade at Buena Vista, and if your parents don't move, you're gonna be there all 8 years. Or if you live in Calderon and you start pre-K there, you could be there the whole 8 years. That is certainly a good situation when we talk about transition. Teachers in pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 can collaborate with kinder, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade as we approach improvements in reading. That collaboration is absolutely positive. Transportation would obviously decrease because attendance zones will be redrawn to maximize the building utilization. So we believe that that might result in less transportation for pre-K 3, pre-K 4. The new schools would have a single point of entry, and all kids, for the most part, would be in indoor facilities. These are all opportunities for combining or expanding the grade configuration pre-K through 5th grade. However, there are some concerns. Over 50% of the student population would continue to be pushed south. That means it would be increased transportation, and it would necessitate continuous adjustments to the attendance zones. You know, we've attempted rezoning twice in the past 6 years, and each time we've attempted rezoning, it has become a big issue because we affect families. Pre-K programming would have certain obstacles because of the limited numbers in various campuses versus multiple numbers in one campus. There would obviously have the need to combine 3- and 4-year-olds because you may not come up with 10 kids or 20 kids per classroom, there would definitely be just inefficiencies, additional required personnel. And we know by the vacancies that we continue to have that unfortunately we don't have as many teachers as were needed. Staff serving dual roles in Head Start, whether it be practice-based coaching or coordinators, it would be difficult for them to maintain both roles if we were to have these situations over 7 campuses. There are other concerns. Obviously, now you're looking at multiple construction at various campuses because playground equipment, restroom facilities, to name a few, would have to be revisited. The campus operations, it would require mobilization of a lot of teachers within the campus and across campuses, because obviously you're rezoning the entire district. Different breakfast schedules that are required, different nutritional needs that are required for kids would be affected at every campus. The preschool hours are obviously different, and the age of the children does vary. Another issue is just the academic focus of every campus. Pre-K has a whole lot of requirements, both academic and social. And to have that at every campus and the instructional leadership team at every campus, on top of the regular state accountability, would just compound the stress on that campus. I won't go through each one of them, but those are some of the items listed that every person working with pre-K students is required to have. That's why we're so blessed to have pre-K at one campus where all the needs can be the focus of the entire campus, rather than partial focus here and there. Now, we consider pre-kindergarten attendance zones, it would definitely create better utilization of certain campuses. And some students, those that live within that attendance zone, would stay at the same campus. Others would have to move. Again, with pre-kindergarten zones, teachers can collaborate. Most students would be in their neighborhood campuses. They'd have the benefits of a new campus. They wouldn't be exposed to the weather. The concerns, however, again, the pre-kindergarten programmatic obstacles, at least one of those items exist. All of the instructional focuses continue to be an obstacle, and the construction needs at multiple campuses would still be an obstacle. Repurposing one campus, okay, that would create the most effective attendance zones, decrease transportation costs, and the permanency of attendance zones. Pre-kindergarten is not a state-funded program. Therefore, all of the transportation rests within local funds. So as we select a campus, if this is the option to go, we have to understand that having the campus in the proximity of where most of the students reside is necessary. Because to have it in a different place and increase the transportation, none of this is refundable by the state. The state refunds transportation everywhere else, but not for pre-kindergarten. The programmatic opportunities, it'll continue for the separation, provide for the separation of the 3- and 4-year-olds, increase the probability of having efficiencies in personnel, and the staff can continue to provide the dual roles that are required to continue to service the pre-kindergarten students. Construction needs would exist, but only at one campus versus 7 campuses or 6 or 4 campuses. The operations would continue to remain the same. Yet concerns are real. They're emotional, but they are real, and we recognize that, because it would require students from an entire attendance zone to change campuses. It would require an entire campus of teachers to be integrated into 6 other campuses. It would require equity in reassignment of personnel. And I can imagine teachers lining up, selecting the campus they want, or principals, having bidding wars for different teachers, for master teachers. concerns over existing teacher roles, related stipends. If I'm a cluster leader at one campus, or I coach UIL and I have to go to another campus, am I going to be able to have those same duties because obviously, the family is in need of that added income? And it is oftentimes emotional, and we recognize that. So now, as we consider all of the pros and all the concerns related to the different options, we do come to the conclusion that there is one campus that provides not a perfect solution, but the best solution. There is one more efficient choice. And it isn't a popular one, and it isn't the one that we have to pick. But my responsibility is to make that presentation to the board. So let's talk about why Lamar is the best option. The campus capacity is the one most closely aligned to that of Cardwell. It is, out of all the campuses, the most secure campus. The higher percentage of pre-kindergarten students are living within the proximity to the campus. There is a reduction in pre-kindergarten busing. It requires the least amount of student mobility after rezoning, eliminates the need to bus bilingual students out of an attendance zone. Because in the demographic study that we did, if we make this move, bilingual zones would just naturally exist within the existing attendance zones. That means that students from one campus will no longer need to be bused to another campus. There was a gentleman, and I wish I could remember his name, and he may even be in the audience. He was one of the ones that sent an email, and in the email he indicated that studies have shown that when you move students from one campus to another campus, there's a concern about the success of that other campus, and that will have a direct effect on students. So if you move students from a high-performing campus to a low-performing campus, then students would not increase as much as they otherwise would. In this case, in the proposed attendance zones, all of the students around the Lamar neighborhood, west of Highway 277, would 100% be zoned to Chavira. It's not a neighborhood campus, but it is the highest performing elementary campus we have today in our school district. Neighborhood housing is at capacity in the area. There is no threat of a need for a future elementary school in that area. Now, the decision isn't easy, but there has to be a solution because we do have to address the decreased enrollment, and we do have to provide a long-term solution for Cardwell. So we have two choices. We can select from the three options, and I understand that selection doesn't have to happen today, but we can select from the three options that I mentioned. We can increase the pre-kindergarten grade configuration from every campus and go pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. We can establish pre-kindergarten attendance zones, or we can reduce the 4 southern attendance zones to only 3 attendance zones and pick one. Now, this decision is a difficult decision because, as some people mentioned earlier, there's a perception of some vested interests from certain individuals that may vote. It's a decision that whichever one you pick, it's going to create discomfort for another group. If the board doesn't take action, not that you have to take action today, but if it doesn't take action sooner than later, then obviously the teachers and families that send their kids to Cardwell will believe that they are on their own. If we pick one campus over the other, whichever campus we select, okay, they will feel like they were cheated. If we create attendance zones everywhere, it'll affect every campus, and yes, it would be increased costs. So the decision is tough. But I asked the board to consider what's been done in the past when it comes to rezoning. In the past, the board has followed FC local, which delegates rezoning to the superintendent. Why? Because it's a difficult decision. It's a difficult decision for every board member to have to take, because you will make people happy and you'll make others unhappy. And it's difficult when you're a voting member. Board policy BGA delegates the administrative responsibility and leadership for planning, organization, operations, supervision, and evaluation of the education program services facilities of a district to the superintendent. In the past, whether we rezoned for the bilingual academies or whether we rezoned to take the students from Travis to East Side, the decision was made administratively. I encourage the board to hold the administration accountable for transparency and share with y'all what the plans are. I encourage the board to hold administration accountable for having a well-researched option and to hold them accountable for the outcome so that students throughout the entire community are provided for in the most effective and efficient manner. None of the ideas are 100% perfect. None of the ideas are bulletproof. And we can only arrive at our decision through research. The decision is tough, but there has to be a change sooner than later, both for the efficiency of the district and for Cardwell. We asked the voters to approve a bond election. To approve a bond election that would create a replacement campus for Cardwell and the campus to the north. Okay? And that overwhelmingly failed. Looking back at it, it was a mandate from the community to be more efficient with what we had. I'm not sold on any one decision, on any one option. My job is to present to you the most feasible for the district and for the community. If there's any questions from the board, I'll take my place back and answer them. Thank you.
Questions from board members? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Overfeld?
I'll wait for Dr. Rios to get up here. I have several questions, and I think I think there needs to be a discussion on a whole bunch of things before we make a decision tonight. So, a couple things that I have some questions on in just this this particular presentation this evening. In the slide on the slide that was just presented, and in the packet that's in front of all of us there, and one of the things is, why is Lamar the best option? And it says a high percentage of the pre-K students live in proximity to that campus. There is the demographer here tonight to show us exactly where everybody lives.
No, sir.
Okay, so I have a concern with that there. We talk about neighborhood housing being at capacity and no threat or need for a future school there. While the barrio of San Felipe is not necessarily growing, but as one individual pointed out, there is an effort to go in and rehabilitate the neighborhood there, and there are individuals that choose to come back and live in that area. And Lamar is the last remaining what I would call true neighborhood school. Yes, we have North Heights and Garfield, but their attendance zones are so massive. There it goes in, and there's more busing than there is walking to it. So I believe that's something that needs to be considered when we talk about the last thing there about determining a solution. When the district repurposed Eastside Elementary, the board did not take action. The superintendent acted with or without the consent of the board. According to the minutes of April 18th, 2011, there was several items on the agenda. Item E, the administration recommended the approval of relocation of Head Start and early childhood education programs to be effective at the beginning of the 2011-2012 school year, and to authorize the relocation of the name Irene Cardwell Head Start as presented by the previous superintendent, Kelt Cooper. And that was voted on 5-1-1 is what was ultimately voted on. To go in and say that the board did not take action, the board went in and voted on that. The board also voted 4-3 on rezoning earlier in that meeting. The board did go in and take action. There's some other items that I want to point out as well, but I don't want to take all the time at once. So if there's anyone else that has any questions, and then I'd have some more later, Mr. Mesa.
Sure. I'd like to, first of all, make a statement and then allow each board member to have some discussion. First of all, I myself need to have a pause button, pause and talk to everyone concerned. When I look at so many different things that are occurring here, I think of, for example, the governing body that Head Start has. They have the same weight as the board does, as Mr. Talamantes can tell you, Mrs. Webb. They have a governing board. It's called Parent Policy Council, and they make decisions for their Head Start. I don't think anyone have talked to members of Parent Policy Council. We were given this information a few weeks prior to this meeting, and so I've talked to a very small group of teachers. I have not talked to parents. I really think that we need to pause and have a lot of discussion. When I think about the bilingual students, for example, bilingual academies being moved to North Heights. North Heights is an IR campus, improvement required campus. It has not come out of that status. It worries me. Why would we send students to an IR campus if they have not gotten out of that status yet? That's just one thinking. We're not moving furniture. If it was furniture, it'd be a very, very easy thing to do. But we're talking about the lives of small individuals. We're talking about the lives of staff members, auxiliary staff, paraprofessionals. We don't know what will happen to auxiliary staff, cafeteria, custodial, librarians, nurses. We don't know any of that. And so on my behalf, we don't have to vote. I would recommend action tonight, not to vote on it tonight. So and to be honest with you, when I worked on the agenda with Dr. Rios, we talked about discussion. Discussion item, no action to be taken until next month. What I do want you to understand is, I appreciate everybody that came to speak. I mean, it takes a lot, to come to speak on the issue. And I'm honestly telling you, I would love to see every seat filled when we have our meetings, because we have done a lot of work. We've tried to sell property that is vacant. We have tried to look at, again, from our mistakes, for example, when we try to even out students per campus, we didn't ask enough questions, and so we ended up with some campuses that didn't have the cafeteria staff to meet the needs of those increased enrollment on that campus. And so there's many issues that have to be discussed and talked about. You know, it's not an easy decision for us. We try to pass a bond. I met with a small group of teachers and I said, it's a Band-Aid approach. You know, I can tell you it's a Band-Aid approach. We're gonna fill the campuses, but we have a big need on the north side. And I've been talking about it for the last 6 years. And I wasn't president before, but I brought this up that we need a campus on the north side. And so what is gonna happen, you know, is like we tried several years ago to pass a bond, and a bond called for 2 elementary schools. Yes, one to replace possibly Cardwell, one to the north side, and it failed. That is the long-term solution. Excuse me. I had a speaker that came up and mentioned something about previous Head Start director. Yes, I was a Head Start director, but I also was, my first assignment was assistant principal at Lamar. So I have great pride in Lamar. When I look at the taper report that we're gonna discuss tonight in a hearing, great things are happening in Lamar that I never saw before. I mean, you're in the upper 25% of our comparison group. They compare us with 40 other campuses, and Lamar is at the upper 25th percentile. Never seen that before. Good things are happening there. But I also want you to know that we have a hard job. You know, sometimes our decisions that we make are popular, sometimes they're not. But overall, we have to make a decision. Overall, we have to make a decision, and sometimes it's not the most popular decision to make, but we look at everything, and so this is why when you're here, I would like to take the opportunity to tell you what direction we've been. You know, we tried to, you know, that would be the permanent solution, to have a bond. And I tell board members, you know, we can't hold up a sign to say vote for the bond election. Board members can't do that. We can tell you that we need it, but we can't go out and knock on doors to vote for it. It's the people that live here in Del Rio. But there are emotions here tonight, and I feel for all of you, because Lamar is a great school. Yes, and it is a neighborhood school. And yes, I have not talked to anyone from Cardwell, not the principal, not the teachers, not anyone. And they have a governing body, which is the same thing. They have the same weight as the school board. Because I was a Head Start director, I know about that. They have regional office that they have to have approval before they go on to another site. And they have different requirements. And so it's difficult for me to see pre-K going to every campus because there's a lot of requirements. I mean, you talk about, you know, just the lunches themselves, home-style lunch, and all the different things that Mr. Talamantes did with parents to incorporate parents to be involved with their child's education, and they have training programs that are different from ours, and so they have to meet federal requirements as well as state requirements. And the one thing that is happening in the legislative session is they're pushing for full funding for pre-K. That's the one thing that they're pushing. Everybody's pushing for that. Full funding for pre-K. That's the one thing that you hear. Why? Because San Antonio has proven that pre-K for SA is a wonderful thing. By the time they get to 3rd grade, and the scores shoot up. In what? In reading and everything else. Why? Because they got an early start. They got those prerequisite skills that they need for 3rd grade reading and math, and so it's a proven program. Pre-K works. But I also feel I met with a small group of teachers from Lamar, and my heart goes out to you, because everyone that presented here tonight, you're right on. Everything that you said is yes, that is the truth. But I want you to understand that we have to make a decision, and it's not gonna be, I will call for some action tonight to postpone this until next month. We don't have much time, but we do have a lot of discussions and a lot of people to talk to. But our job is not hard. I mean, it is hard when emotions are involved. Because again, I mean, I love Lamar. Yeah, it was my first assignment as administrator. My first administrative job was assistant principal with Mrs. Yantz. She was the principal, and I was the assistant. From there, I went to pre-K, and then I went to Chavita, and everywhere else. But when we have to make a decision, it's because of enrollment and, you know, looking at the history, we tried to do the long-term solution, which was a bond, and yet it was voted down. We knew what we needed to do. And to this day, I keep telling Dr. Rios, when are we gonna build a new school? When are we gonna build a new school? Because every time I go down Agarita Street, there's 2 more houses that went up this week. And so we don't have any more room at Buena Vista. We don't have any more room at Lion Green. We don't have any more room at Garfield. You know, and it just continues. So it's a Band-Aid approach. But I would like to allow each board member, again, I don't want to take up all this time. I'd like to have board members ask. It's for some discussion. Mr. Contreras?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mesa, President Mesa. And thank you, everybody that came up and spoke. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to come up and speak in front of a crowd and in front of us. So thank you. I also want to apologize for those of you that I didn't get back to calling because of my job, or I didn't get back. So I did speak to some of you. And those of you that left me messages, thank you. And I have to say, you know, coming, unlike the other board members, coming from the city council to the school board, this is one of the toughest decisions, because regardless of what decision we come up with, it is going to be tough, because it's going to affect the school. It might not be Lamar today, it might be another school tomorrow, and we're going to have the same situation with the other schools. So it will be tough. But the decision is going to have to be made, unfortunately. I also came, like Mr. Mesa, asking Dr. Rios about schools, because I have visited a few. I have met with a few groups from teachers, and the need is there. The need is there. For me, it was not so much of a cost savings, because I learned very quickly from the city that we can't focus on the price tag. We have to focus on what we need and prepare for the future. And addressing the need for the Cardwell students is there, and we're gonna have to make it. I am with you, Mr. Mesa. I think it does deserve further discussion. Unfortunately, we will have to make a decision. And hopefully you understand that, you know, while it might not be a popular, and some of you might be upset of it, but, you know, it's gonna have to come, unfortunately. And that's basically all I want to say, Mr. Mesa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Mr. Webb?
I, like Mr. Mesa, I started out at Lamar. I was at Lamar 11 years. And I finished the last 7 years or 8 years at Cardwell. And the slide that you all saw with the flooded streets, it wasn't just one street. It was Aguirre, Chapoy, it was all the streets. I went to Cardwell, or should I say Travis, when it was kinder. The flood of '98, I was there. Several streets were reassigned and relocated to Calderon. I was at Calderon as well, with that campus overcrowded, because we had students that came from Lamar, but they couldn't stay at Lamar. I returned back to Cardwell as a Travis Head Start program back in 2008, only to find out that these teachers, and I take off my hat to these teachers, because when I returned to Cardwell and it would rain, every time it rained, these teachers were on the street with water halfway up their legs, parents carrying their kids on their back to get them to classrooms. We had to close down classrooms and bring kids into the cafeteria in red little wagons. That was sad. It was sad for me as an administrator to be there. I was out there sweeping water so that we could get the kids in the classrooms or in the cafeteria. And I could not imagine how many years these teachers had to go through that, because I wouldn't want to have any teacher go through that or any child go through that. So I hear people mention Why did they get relocated to East Side? Well, let me tell you, there weren't very many campuses for us to be relocated to. I presented something to the school board at that time, and I actually called it singing in the rain, because of the fact that every time it rained, these teachers still had classes. They did everything possible to continue with their classes. But the flooding on that campus was so devastating that the only place that they could be relocated to was either North Heights, which was just as bad because the building was falling apart, or it was East Side. So when they relocated to East Side, Mr. Mesa is correct. They do have a policy council, which is just like the school board. Any decision that's made at Cardwell has to go through their council. They also, just like the teachers, you all get appraised. They have a double appraisal. They not only have the state appraisal, they have the Head Start appraisal. So they have two appraisals that they have to go through. So the decisions that we're faced here as a board is not to say, you know what, we're not gonna look at any other options. We're gonna look at every single option we can. And the decisions aren't easy. I love North Heights. I loved Lamar. As a matter of fact, I was one of the first GT teachers at Lamar. During my off period, I had GT. So Lamar is close to our hearts. You heard Mr. Martinez say that I was the only one that was raised in San Felipe. Well, yes. My grandmother lived on Plaza. My great aunt lived on McClimate and Water Street. So I knew all of that area. So yes, Lamar is dear to me. Cardwell is dear to me. And we have to look at what do we have to do for the betterment of the whole district. Because I would never want anybody's child to go through what those parents at Cardwell had to do or had to go through. And I wouldn't mind getting wet or being out on the streets, and these teachers didn't mind doing that either. But I wouldn't want it for any employee in the district.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I've got a few things to say, but I don't know what happened to Mr. Rios. I think there he is. Okay, so we need our full.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Full team of 8. So.
And then go back over here.
So I don't know what you just said, Mr. Mesa. What I couldn't hear.
No,
you.
I had called on Diana Gonzalez.
No,
first.
Deanna, go ahead. I'm sorry. I did not mean to. Go ahead. I apologize.
It's okay. No. I just wanted to say, I was not prepared to make a vote today. In fact, I'd let people know that we were just going to discuss, and we were still going to be looking at other options, which you've seen right here, but there's probably other options. And Mr. Mesa, I agree that we need to really consider and discuss further before we vote on this. Also, I worked at Lamar. I live across the street from Lamar. Every day, parents, I see them walking their children to and from school. I was hoping that someday we could revive the after-school program, which was so successful. That is still needed. Hopefully that'll still happen. And I know what a great school you have. I've had teachers tell me, Ms. Gonzalez, we've done so much, and I agree. I see the science, the distinctions that you received, and you brought that. I remember the school was not doing too well a few years ago, but now it's tops. So that's what I really, really value. My opinion will be based on that. Also, I worked at Cardwell, so I know what it's like over there at Cardwell too. That's needed too. So I'm over here with mixed emotions. But I want to just let everybody know, and I told them, because they called me and they said, Ms. Gonzalez, why are you closing Lamar? I said, well, no, that's not what's going to happen. So I just want to let you know that I'm very, very much in favor of discussing this further, and hopefully we can come up with a very good solution for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Amy Haynes Sanders?
I was able to talk to some parents and some Lamar teachers, and it was a real eye-opener. And I'm glad that we're going to take the time to discuss this, because it needs to be discussed with our community and the parents listening to the speakers tonight. And I hope that we take that into consideration and take our time discussing this situation, because it just doesn't affect, it affects all the students, all of the students from Lamar, and it's very emotional. I was emotional talking to teachers from Lamar, and I know it's emotional for Head Start teachers as well. So we really need to listen to the community, because we don't need any more conflict. We have a great city and town, and we need to stick together. It's about the students. And we really need to put them, when we discuss this, it really needs to be about them. And I don't say much, but my emotions are just I'm overwhelmed of this situation. And I hope we listen to our community. I'm overwhelmed with what I heard from Lamar and the stress that the kids were already under because of the rumors. It killed me on the inside. It's not fair to them. And it's not fair to Cardwell either. So we must. I don't like all the clapping. We must discuss this much longer than a month. We've got to do something to make this work out, because it just makes conflict between the town. And that's not what it's about. I don't ever say anything. I'm so quiet. But this is way overwhelming, and we really need to just sit back and study it a little bit more before we make any kind of decision. And that's all I have to say.
Yes,
Thank you, Amy. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, at the end of the day, I think I'm totally okay with revisiting this as a final decision at a later date. But I don't know that I want to kick the can on the decision on Cardwell down the street. Cardwell is an unacceptable condition to allow our students and our teachers to live through. Meaning that just because this is a difficult emotional decision to figure out what to do with that, I want to at least be able to say as an absolute fact that we're going to make a deadline of when we're going to make a decision that impacts Cardwell. Right now, the data that's presented to me looks like this Lamar solution is the most appropriate. Doesn't mean it's the most favored, right? I'm prepared to make that decision tonight, or I'm prepared to kick that decision down the road for a time period. But I'd like to say tonight that we at least define what that time period is. 2 weeks, a month at the most.
Yes.
That we come back with.
Yes,
okay.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because, I want to mention something else, because, we talk so much about school security and, hardening our campus in regard to having the students safe. And the one campus that always comes up as students are always outside is Cardwell, because everywhere they go, they're exposed to the elements. When you walk down the walkways, the hallways, you see the rotted lumber, from the walkways, and they're always exposed. So if someone were to do some damage, that would be the campus, because students are always outside. It's not protected well. Now, I do want you to understand that we have a very difficult decision to make. It will have to be voted on, but I'm proposing that we at least cancel this until next meeting. And with that being said, I will ask for a motion that we table.
Mr. Mesa, I'd like to motion to table the repurposing of Lamar indefinitely and ask administration to seek other options.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a motion before us. Now, I will tell you this, that we do not have enough information, but since there is a motion, I'll ask for a second.
I
Okay. There's been a motion made that we cancel the repurpose of Lamar Elementary for an indefinite, like from now on, like do not repurpose Lamar. We've had a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Three. All those against, please raise your hand. 4. Therefore, we're going to consider Lamar as being one also, but no decision made yet until we have all our questions answered. Okay?
Mr. Mesa,
Yes.
motion to table the item until April.
Okay, there's a motion to table the item of repurposing again Lamar campus and the decisions in regard to moving the academy till April. I had requested next month. Is there a second for canceling till April?
Let's ask a couple of questions before we go into second.
Sure.
'Cause
Question.
If we make a decision in April, does that give the district and operations time to make a move versus March?
Absolutely. But there's another piece to consider. If the board makes a decision in April, administration and working with the demographers and other partners can definitely come up with teacher assignments, student assignments, transportation routes. That's easy because that's on paper. But the transition of students across the city for attendance zones does present a problem because it requires a whole lot of conversations. That's not to say that we can't do it. However, if the decision is made in April versus March, in advance, I will ask for consideration because there will be a significant number of questions, and you know, we really won't start announcing to people where they are going to reside until, what school they're going to attend until July. But we can make it happen, but we just know that it's going to create angst with the family members that won't know where their kids are going because it just doesn't affect one attendance zone, it affects the entire city. I don't know if that was clear enough, Mr. Smith.
I think it was. I think I'll take my question back to Josh, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but 30 days versus 60 days, you think that we can get more data information in that additional 30 days, or what? Why would you be asking for that extra?
My concern is that within 30 days, there would have to be a special called meeting sometime in between now and the regular board meeting in which the stakeholders would be allowed to be present and go in and voice their concerns there. Because if it's just something where it's just we're presenting the information and then we're right back to where we are tonight, they're spending an hour and a half on one particular item there. I mean, I've got a lot of questions. I can continue on right now if we want to get a lot of that knocked out right there, and I'll rescind my motion. But I'm going to want to ask a whole bunch of questions right now.
Well, I'm really thinking that we need to have a lot more people here, you know, and again, different groups. But I'm going to ask a question of administration because sometimes, you know, out of these situations, we can have something great come out of them. The permanent solution would be to pass a bond. Would it be possible to schedule a bond in November, Dr. Rios?
Absolutely. The likelihood of acting now and scheduling a bond, it's not a problem. We have enough time to do everything that's required. However, I will just remind everybody of our experiences with bond elections. That is still, as Mr. Smith said, kicking the can down the road and hoping the bond passes. Now, if that is the choice of the board, then we welcome that wholeheartedly, because we really worked hard to pass the previous bond. But the reality was that there was 3 community members that came out in support of that bond and made the presentation. That was it. It was 3 community members. So I hope that if that is the solution that the board decides, that there will be a PAC that's formed, that those of you that spoke today will lead that PAC when it happens, whether it's this decision or another one.
Because the bottom line is, we're filling the campuses, with pretty much an enrollment that's stable with all the elementary campus, but we're not doing nothing about the growth. And we're inconveniencing the staff and auxiliary and the students and everyone else. It is not a permanent solution. The permanent solution is to pass a bond. And I really think that we have the board to do it. I think we had experience with the TRE, and it passed. But I think we need to do this bond separate and aside from any other election, just a bond election, and do it in November. But as I mentioned to all the teachers, we can't go out there and say, please pass the bond. We can't hold a sign and tell you to, vote for the bond. We can tell you what we need, but there's a lot that needs to happen. I mean, we can go and present the information, which we did for the TRE, but that would be the permanent solution. And I would hope that that would be the permanent solution to what we are facing now. Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification. The bond is something that administration recommended the previous time. And I still believe that a bond is the best option. However, if the board chooses to make that decision, there is still some immediate action that needs to be taken in response to Cardwell. And from an administrative point of view, board members, I really don't have a preference of what we do, but I don't think it's the best decision for the district to just place our hopes in a bond. I think that if the board does choose to do a bond, then I think that the board needs to authorize administration to still come up with a solution for Cardwell, even though it may be a temporary solution for 3 or 4 years, because after you pass a bond, it still is going to take about 3 years, if the bond passes, to come up with a campus. So I'm all for the bond. I'm all for a bond, whether it's to build 1 replacement campus or 2 campuses. I'm all for it. But I would just encourage the administration to, in conjunction with that, still take action on any of the 3 options, or another option, if it hasn't been thought of, to give immediate assistance to Cardwell. That's my input as your chief officer.
Questions? Mr. Contreras?
No, I just want to make a comment that I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Rios. However, it will take community involvement, just like we have here, from everybody in attendance, along with everybody on the board, to jump on board if we go for a bond, to be very active in supporting it, because whether we do it today or we do it tomorrow, if it's not Lamar, we're going to have North Heights, or we're going to have another school. So the bond would be the excellent solution. However, we need the community on board, just like we have here, along with every board member, to jump on board and be supportive of that, and come out just like we did for the TRE,
Exactly.
in order to pass.
Exactly.
Mr. Mesa?
Yes, Mr. Overfeld?
Then let's have a discussion there, because based on the motion and the vote that we just had, it's entirely possible that we could someone could call for a vote right now a different way. So, what are the costs to renovate all the restrooms at Lamar? Dr. Rios? Because if this was an action item that was going to be voted on tonight, what are the costs to renovate all the restrooms?
It depends. Obviously, the preference of the administration would be that our skilled laborers, our plumbers, go in and do the renovations, because at this point, it's only talking about replacing sinks and toilets, lowering everything down. So it would be the cost of a toilet and a sink, because I don't know that you can lower them and use the same. I don't know what a toilet and a sink cost, but at the low end, in bulk pricing, I would venture to say that doing the work ourselves would be very affordable. If we did it, if we contracted it out, well then the contractor's going to charge a pretty penny, and the architect's over there already salivating over work. I'm kidding, sir, but you know what I mean. It just depends. Obviously, my goal would be for our personnel to do it, and it would definitely be, I'm going to guess under $35,000, sir, but I really, maybe the architect can help us figure out the cost of a sink and a toilet.
Okay, but if there was a vote tonight, we don't have a hard answer for that, of what that would be. And the answer is no, right? We don't have a hard answer for what the renovations would be for just the restrooms. And does federal standards for Cardwell require that the restroom be in each classroom?
No, sir.
No? Okay. What are the revised bus costs to transfer the kids out to the other campuses? Do we have that number tonight?
No, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to stop here and say, for the sake of time, this is why we need to delay this decision. But those questions will be asked at a later time. So I'm going to ask that we move on with this decision. Again, I've asked for a motion. I've had a second. We've had discussion, but we still need to continue with that. So I'm going to ask that we table this until March.
I'll second that.
And there's a motion on the floor.
There was a motion for.
There's a motion on the floor, so there needs to be a second or a lack of for it, please.
Mr. Overfeld made a motion prior to that we table this until April. Is there a second to that motion? I think Amy made the second. Okay. And now we'll take a vote. All those in favor to table this item until April, not March, but until April, please raise your right hand. 3. All those against? 4. We will make a decision in March. Okay.
There needs to be a motion to do that, sir.
I'm sorry?
There needs to be a motion for that, please. Because this one just failed, so someone needs the motion for March.
I'll make the motion if it helps. So,
Mr. Smith made the motion that we table this until March.
Until March.
I'll second the motion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. So we
Sorry,
will.
sir, I didn't vote.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't vote.
All opposed?
You need
All
opposed.
all those opposed? Same sign. 3. 4 in favor, 3 opposed. Okay, we are going to move on to our public hearing, which is item 6A, and we'll do that as soon as we take a 5-minute break so I can have some circulation in my knee. We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're calling this meeting back to order. The time is 8:56. We've taken our 5-minute break. And if it pleases the board, we do have Mr. Escamilla here from out of town doing a report. This is 8A. We'd like to move this item up before we have our public hearing. Item 8A, Senate Bill 1882. Mr. Escamilla.
Mr. Mesa, if I may introduce Mr. Escamilla. A couple of months ago, our district had to respond to an insurance concern because the Texas Municipal League, who was administering our health savings account, erred in how they set up the account. And we were pressed for time, and the district engaged the services of Escamilla, Ponick and Associates to help us navigate that problem. In the course of navigating that problem, which they easily resolved for us, and we appreciate it, we engaged in discussions about upcoming legislation and existing legislation, and they spent ample time educating a couple of us as to some opportunities. Obviously, I can't commit to what they're presenting, so I asked him to make a presentation to the board on the matter. Mr. Escamilla is a previous board member. It has a lot of litigation experience, so I think he has a short but insightful presentation. So, Mr. Escamilla, if you can begin your short and insightful presentation.
Yes, it may be shorter than I thought because we can't find it here, so I'm just going to have to tell you about it. And it was a 10-slide presentation, but only 6 were instructive. The others were just introductory. Let me give you a little briefing. Maybe they can find it in the meantime. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I apologize. It's important that we have that presentation. I have a copy.
Okay.
Therefore, Mr. Mesa, I apologize, but if we'll let Ida make her presentation, I'll run up and get it so that we don't lose any time. It's important that we have it, sir.
Sure. I'll sit down and wait.
So we're moving up? Yes, just continue. Okay. Then we will go back to the TAPER report, Texas Assessment of Progress report. Ida Gomez.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, who just stepped out for a moment, and members of the board. Every year, we have to provide the school board by law an update on the annual performance report. There are 7 components for the report, 7 required. Now, each of you last week received your binder, which looks like this. This actual binder is put together with all the data with the assistance by Michelle Smith and her team. They work on making sure that all the campus information is in there along with the district. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the entire binder. I'm going to go through the 7 required components, and you're going to see that some of them, and I'll touch base on them, have already been presented. This is a culmination of everything that the school district did for last year. However, it does break it down in comparison to state and region, which is usually the one piece that's missing in our academic accountability system. So you'll see the first part is the Texas Academic Performance Report. Most of the time we call it TAPER, and you'll hear that as a short reference. That is all the student academic data. There's also information about student demographics and then teacher information. How long have our teachers been here? What's the average wage? That kind of information. All of that's in there. Another component is the PEAMS Financial Standards Report, and Mrs. Valdez did present that in the fall. District accreditation status, the campus performance objectives, the district's current special ed compliance status, the report on violent and criminal incidents, and performance of previous year's graduates in their first year of college. So what it does, it'll take the 1916 graduates, and it'll check to see how many of them went to college, and then it actually tracks them, and it tells you what kind of grade point average they had a year later. So you'll see there the TAPER report card. San Felipe del Rio had a B rating. Our special education status needs assistance. That came out on the PBMAS report that was presented back in December. They have created a targeted improvement plan. And then we also get rated on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, or the ASVAB test. And you'll see that we met the requirements. The following pages are all the district information. And you'll see there it starts with 3rd grade reading, 4th grade reading, 5th grade reading, It's the elementary data, all the data that we have shared with you in the past when those reports first start coming out. It does, however, also compare it to state and region. You'll continue to see throughout the report all the contents, science, 6th grade, 7th grade, and it does follow a sequential order all the way until high school when you get to the end of course. A couple of sections are highlighted. For instance, if you look at that field, something that we would like to point out, you'll see that 5th grade science, our score of 73% is actually higher than the region. And you'll also see that at the master's level, we are in the 14 and 15% range, which is very equitable to the region. 6th grade math, in 2018, we're above the region and the state with an 83%. We're above the region and the state at the meets with a 47%, and we're above the region and the state with a 25% in masters. If you remember, the accountability system has approaches, meets, and masters. That is the way that we are being rated now. We'll continue on, and you'll see that the end of course, again, I'm not touching on every single one. I can go back at any point in time. The information, however, is in your binder. I have highlighted end of course for English 2. 2018, you'll see at the approaches level, 71% is above the state and the region. You'll see at the meets level, it's at 48%, tying the state higher than the region. You'll see end of course algebra 1, 78% is higher than the region. 47% for the meets is higher than the region, and 22% at the masters is higher than the region. So again, I want to point these things out because when we give you the accountability and when the scores first come out, we pretty much give you a historical, how are we doing, right, from year to year. But this report actually does track how the region is doing and how the state is doing and the comparisons. And of course, for U.S. history, also did some outstanding work. You'll see at the meets level, they're at 67% higher than the region. And you'll see at the master's level, they're at 37% higher than the region in all of those areas. One of the domains that we've been talking about when we first presented, we talked about our student growth, our student achievement, which is our domain 1. But under domain 2, there are 2 areas. And the area that most of the campuses continue to excel in is our student growth domain. So we knew that we were doing well in that area, but this report is actually going to show you the comparison for the state and the region. So if we look at 5th grade reading and math, you'll see that in both categories, we're ahead of the region. ELA reading and math, not only are we ahead of the region, but we're also matched with the state. And these are huge, outstanding results when you think about where we've been and where we are now. We're definitely seeing that we're closing the gap. We've always compared ourselves to our neighboring areas, but now to be able to say that we're matching or beating the region scores and we're surpassing in many areas the state scores just goes to show that the instructional focus is definitely where it needs to be. Do we know we have work ahead of us still? Definitely. But are we headed in the right direction? The report does confirm that. You'll see end of course for English 2 and Algebra 1. 71% is higher than the state and the region. And in both subjects, which is the very last area at the bottom. For both subjects, we have a 67%. The region has a 65 and the state is a 69. We're very close. For ELA reading, we're at 66, tied with the region. And for math, we're at a 68, higher than the region, very close to the state at a 70. The next section is our bilingual, and you'll see that while we didn't surpass the region or the state, we do know that our PBMAS report did confirm that we're out of stage 4, we've maintained to stage 3. We know that we're making gains, and our numbers are close. We're not, again, we didn't highlight anything, we didn't match it, but we know that a 68 to a 71 is very close in many areas. You'll see here school progress. This is, again, the academic growth that we were talking about earlier, but this is strictly for our bilingual students. Very proud here. Both subjects, which is reading and math, you'll see that we have a 67%. The region had a 65 for their bilingual component and student growth, and the state had a 69. And reading, we're the same as the region with a 66%. And in math, we have a 68, the region is a 65, and we're at a 70. So again, in comparison, we know that we're closing that gap. The next section talks about attendance, graduation, and dropout rates. Again, that's part of the demographic report and the information that's found in your binders. And then it moves also into college, career, and military readiness. So earlier we were talking, or we saw Mr. Gonzalez present the 19 different programs of all the students that are up here. That's all going to be part of this presentation in just a moment. So when you see CCMR, you'll see that at a district level, 56.6%, the region is at 55.6%, and the state is at 54.2%. We already know that there's been a huge focus to ensure that our students are ready for that post-secondary, whether it's military or career. You'll also see the advanced placement in the middle there. In any subject, you'll see that we're at an 8.7% in the middle here, and the region's at a 6.6%. The state is still higher. We do have a ways to go, but we are very comparable to the region. Down at the bottom, this is a real important part because they only started measuring this a couple of years ago. So this is a new component, but we're very successful. Again, this goes back to, we have a CTE center. We have an early college high school. All of those programs are allowing our students to be very competitive with anybody across the state of Texas, and you'll see that here. So the first one is annual graduates, career and military ready. We're at 30%. Now this information is 1 year behind. 30%. Region is at 16.5 and the state is at a 13.2. So that's a huge increase for our area. The approved industry-based certifications, again, earlier you heard the 19 programs that are up here. We have an 18.6 of students earning those certifications. The region's at a 5.4 and the state's at a 2.7. That's a huge success story for our CTE program. At the bottom, these are pathways. These are 4-year actual plans. The CTE coherent sequence coursework, we're at a 35%. That means that our students start a pathway, 4-year plan, and they actually leave, they graduate with some kind of certification. The region's at a 22 and the state is at a 17%. TSI, there is an investment. We make sure that our students take TSI, which is the Texas Success Initiative. There is an exam that they have to take before they can actually take a dual course. They have to pass math, reading, and writing. You'll see here our results. In math, we're at a 26%, higher than both the region and the state. In both subjects, we're at a 12%, higher than the region and very close to the state. It also tracks our advanced placement results. You'll see here in grades 11 and 12. In all subjects, we're at a 26%. The region's at a 13, and we're actually higher than the state. In English, our scores are not the highest. In math, we're comparable to the region, still below the state. We know we have some work to do for our advanced placement. In science, however, we've had some success with a 17.9%, higher by 10 percentage points in the region and 7 from the state. Social studies, again, you saw just a moment ago that they did have a huge success, 16.6 for the district, 5% for the region, and 15 for the state. Again, many of these are secondary students, the opportunities that they have, whether it's in CTE or early college, high school. Your reports will also give you the detailed information on ACT scores. ACT scores, how many students took them, and it will compare 2 years at all times. The dual courses is another area that San Felipe Del Rio excelled in. When we look at any subject in 2016-17, the district had a 50.6% completion rate. The state had a 36.7, I'm sorry, the region, and the state had a 37.1. I'm only looking at the last year. You'll see that's a 15-point difference. In English language arts, you'll have a 31% for the district, 16 for the region, and 16 for the state. That's twice as many dual credit completion hours. Science, 6.6%. Social studies is at a 27%, with the region coming in at a 16% and the state at 21%. So again, that is a lot of kudos to our dual credit, not only the partnership that we have with Southwest Texas Junior College, but the other universities, and just the amount of credits that are earned here under dual credit programs. The next 5 pages is what I was referring to a moment ago. It's going to give you all your demographics on student data by grade level, the counts, their ethnicity, their economically disadvantaged status. It's going to continue on and just break it up into non-special ed rates, class size information. It'll give you staffing information, professional staff, teachers, campus administrators, central admin, educational aides. It just breaks everything down, just showing that we are always compared to other districts of our size and always making sure that we have the same type of equality. At the bottom, it's going to give you teachers with the highest degrees, how many hold no degrees, how many hold a 4-year degree, a master's program, and so forth. It continues on with professional stats, salaries. So any type of information that you would want is found in this report. I do want to point out that these reports are public. We will have them at all the campus levels. Every district office, there's usually one at the library. Anywhere where there's a public office where the community can go in and see, we have these books available. The component 2 is the PEANS financial report. Again, it is in your binder, and this is the same information that Ms. Yanakani had presented back in the fall. They do have an A+ superior rating. Board members, the accreditation status, you'll see here, there's the A superior for the first rating. You'll see the MET standard for the accountability rating, and then you'll see the accredited for the accreditation rating. Because it is public, all of this information does have to be posted. The fourth component, we had presented our campus performance objectives. Again, back in the fall, each campus came up or we gave the report for each one. You'll see at the district level, we're projected to come in at an 84. That is our target goal, so that we can reach our A rating in a 3-year period. There's also a section on reporting violent or criminal incidents. You'll see that on this report, we did not have one campus report a single incident that fits in this criteria. And again, this is public information. The state makes you report all this information, and they would classify campuses based on this information. So it's good to know that we don't have anybody reporting. The last component is the one that we were talking about, where it'll show that in fiscal year 2016, we had 615 graduates. Of those graduates, 128 went to a 4-year university, 239 went to a 2-year university, 10 went to an independent college and university, 18 were not trackable, and 220 were not found. Of those, a year later, the grade point averages are at the top. Out of the 128, you'll see that, I'll start on this end. 22 of them had a 3.5 or better. 36 were between a 3.0 and 3.49. 23 were at 2.5, 2.9. 24 were 2.0 to 2.4, and 22 are below a 2.0. This is always good information because we want to make sure that when our students leave, they're successful in college. Again, then it will track the two-year universities under the same grade point. This is just a breakdown of where our students go to college. Again, this one was 624, so that would have been for the fall of the fiscal year 2017, which is a year later, and it shows where they went. 157 went to Southwest, 28 to San Angelo, 24 to UT, San Antonio, and then all the way down. You'll also have some information that the Assessment and Accountability Department put together for you. All the ratings and distinctions, this would have been for 2018, and you'll see the different schools and the stars that they got, or the different distinctions. And then a history of the campus accountability ratings. It does go back all the way to 2006. So you do have a good 10, 11 years here where you can go back and check a school.
Go back one slide, please.
Can you just go back to the star one real quick?
Yes, sir.
We don't have that, do we?
That's in the,
Oh, it's
I took it out of
separate?
mine.
Where's that at?
In the back.
Where's Ms. Smith?
You will be or don't.
The blue tab?
Is that one in the binder too? Yes, right? Yes. I got the information from the binder, so I wanted to make sure.
What tab is it under, Ida?
That's what I was looking for, sir.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
It's either UV or W.
What does,
It's towards the very back.
well, while she's looking at that, maybe you can answer it. Dr. Rios, what is a,
T.
I'm sorry?
T.
It's under T.
T?
What does a double star mean? Like Lamar has a double star.
Why does someone have a double?
They got two distinctions for that one?
Unfortunately, my vision fails me, Mr. Overfeld. I'm going to have to ask Ida to
No?
help me out with
Double
that.
star right there?
Yeah, what does the double star mean for Lamar?
2 stars.
Oh, yeah, but I mean. I know, what is it,
Ms. Gomez.
What does it represent?
Ms. Gomez?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
They found the presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Overfeld has a question. Under distinction designation met standard,
Yes, sir.
there's 2 stars by Lamar, and he's asking what the 2 stars mean.
That column is a total of how many distinctions they've got. So they've got 2 because 1 came out in science and 1 came out in student progress.
Okay.
So the 2 over here would equal these 2. You'll see that everybody else has 1. So this is like the total column.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. And then the last slide just had a little bit more information on College Bound, the SAT and the ACT participation. We make these assessments or these opportunities available for all students. So students, you're going to see high numbers because the district ensures that we pay for the students to take these tests. Number of students on the PSAT, 1,190 students. That's 10th and 11th graders, and that's the SAT test. You'll see National Hispanic Merit Scholars, and I believe there were, well, now I don't remember, 9, 16, 25. So in the past 4 years, 5 years, there's been 25 merit scholars. You'll see at the bottom the number of scholarship offers. So in case you're ever wondering, how many scholarships do we give? That information has to be reported also. And then our FAFSA applications. The high school does a very good job of making sure that we have many parent meetings where they literally walk parents through the FAFSA application. And that's the last slide in the presentation.
Questions from board members?
Yeah, I got
Mr.
a
Smith?
question. If you, going back to your postgraduate tracking tool, how many years do you track students after graduation?
This report will only track them for 1 year. It's not to say that maybe some of our counselors or somebody might have information, but as a whole, as an entire graduating cohort, it only tracks for 1 year.
Okay, would it benefit the district to track that through graduation? And here's why, from a recruiting standpoint. Obviously we've got district needs, and if you can go find those students at graduation that would really like to come be a teacher back inside the district, it'd be cool to have that tracking tool that would lead us to that student.
Yes, Dr. Rios?
Yeah, Mr. Smith, we would love to have this information available to us. Unfortunately, the Texas Education Agency that puts this report together depends on the collaboration of the higher ed coordinating board. I have to say that this information is a huge step in the right direction. They're the ones that have access to it. We don't. So we're only able to provide there's
just stats, not really. You can't really say who those students are.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
We would have to ask the higher ed coordinating board to track that. Now they have it, but I don't know. Maybe because some kids go out of state. There's multiple reasons why they haven't provided that. But I trust that they'll get better every year.
Yeah, very good.
Any other questions?
I'm just looking at the
Yes, Diana?
the 2018 accountability ratings and distinctions. You have a campus paired with Lonnie Green. Is that Cardwell?
Yes.
To 2018. And the previous year, that was paired with Buena Vista. How do you do that? What makes
I'm sorry, paired?
I got it.
Okay.
Because of accountability, you have to pair Cardwell with somebody. There really is no rhyme or reason. We just have to have a way of reporting it. There isn't a restriction on who we can pair it with. I would venture to say that when that decision was made over a year ago, at the time it was probably because Lonnie Green had the highest success. But it means absolutely nothing because we know that none of the students at Cardwell took a STAR test.
Ms. Gomez?
Then you got Lamar.
I spend a lot of time looking at all the
Yes,
report. We have an echo here for some reason. The movers and shakers, San Felipe Middle School, Lamar Elementary, Chavita Elementary, and we knew from the scores and the ones that are struggling.
Yes, sir.
This is the first year that I see the state and region and district pretty much in line, which is great. Before we were lagging from district to region to the state. It was all over the place. We're very close now to the region and the state. I still have a concern with the bilingual students.
Yes, sir.
That is a big concern. And I'm looking only at the meets or exceeds grade level. I'm only looking at that. But I see great things happening, with San Felipe Middle School. Never did I think that we would be 14th out of 40, upper 25th% with our comparison group, but we're doing that, which we're making great strides. The only thing is I'm still concern with the bilingual group. Would you look at the dropout rate for high school?
Yes, sir.
I did have a concern over that. If I remember correctly, it doubled. I believe it's 2.8 compared to 1.4.
Mr. Mesa, if I may?
Yes.
Dr. Perez has some insight into the dropout rate. If he can share a couple sentences with us.
Sure.
And Mr. Rodriguez, too. That was part of it.
President Mesa, in looking at the report, we noticed that the dropout rate actually decreased from the year that it was compared to. I believe it was a 3.5 to a 2.8. Some of the things that we're really trying to do with the students that don't return to school are many. One of them is optional flexible school day program for students who are really having a hard time balancing school with work, school with being a teen parent, school with just having family crisis. And the OFSDP program is really helping with that. The other thing is my association with Blended Academy. Mr. Rodriguez and I have had some really meaningful conversations this year about helping our students who are finding it difficult to come to a traditional classroom. Just recently we had a conversation about students who have passed their EOCs but are struggling with the credits. And so he and I have just partnered together to identify the students that have stopped coming to class because they're frustrated about getting the credits. They got the intelligence, they've passed the EOCs, but they're finding it hard to come over and finish and sit down and get the credits done. Many of the other things that we are doing to accomplish identifying students who don't come back to school is those parent contacts. So we have counselors, we have parental aides going out, assistant principals going out and talking to the parents about all of the programs that we have available. I think this is part of the success that we've had in decreasing the rate from one year to this, or last year, because it's a year behind. And I think we still have a lot of work to do. I think one of the things that you've already mentioned is we need to target our LEP students. Our LEP students in the dropout rate is larger than any of our other subgroups. And so we really need to reach out to those students.
Thank you, sir. I guess my concern stems from a couple of years back where I asked for a certain report and it had to do with grade placement committees. And basically it's 7th and 8th grade where these students were not meeting requirements, where there was grade requirements or passing the STAR test requirements, but yet they were still moved on. And it might have been elementary, 6, 7, forget what grade level it was. But I knew that when they reached freshman school to start earning credits, they were not going to be able to because they were not at grade reading level, and they were going to struggle. And so I'm starting to see the increase show up now. Is that the case where a lot of students were socially promoted?
I think what happens is when the grade placement committee, which we call the IGC at our level, the individual graduation committee, we look at the students passing their EOCs and not finishing their credits. So one of the programs that we have been using quite a bit is the credit recovery program, not only at the campus, not only during summer school, but also at Blended Academy. And so there are multiple opportunities for them to gain credits.
Mr. Mesa, if I could address your question. Del Rio Middle School started retaining 8th graders when we established Blended Academy. We have, I'm going to say, 55 to 70 students that get placed at Blended and retained as 8th graders. That cohort will reach graduation and the reporting rate this year, but they won't report until the following year because it's a lagging indicator. So with that practice that we implemented 4 years ago, where's Mr. Rodriguez? This will be your first cohort graduating. Am I correct, sir? Okay. So we'll see, we're hoping to see further decreases in the dropout rate, but that report, or that set of students will not hit the reporting cohort until 2 years from now. So we fully expect for our graduation rate to increase and our dropout rate to continue to decrease.
Well, again, as I mentioned, I take pride in looking at all the detailed information. That is what catches my eye in regard to, you know, the campuses that are really doing well. I mean, we know CTE is doing great. The ambassadors that were here, I've heard them before, you know, give their spiel about, you know, what career they're choosing and to encourage students to sign up for that field of, you know, education, the career that they're choosing. And at the same time, early college, high school, what a difference it's made. You know, students are competing to get into early college, high school. A lot of great things that are happening. But I'm still concerned, you know, with, as I mentioned to Ms. Gomez, you know, the bilingual group. And as you mentioned, that is a big part of your students that are dropping out, correct?
Yes, sir. We still have to work with those students because they are not just having difficulty getting the credits for the course, they are also having difficulty with the end of course exam. Now the IGC committee will get together and review all of the transcripts for all of the students, especially the LEP, and if they have passed a minimum of 3 EOCs and have acquired the credits for graduation, then they have to do an alternate assessment or an alternate assignment to meet the standards of the EOC as per TEA. And so all of those students who meet those requirements are eligible to graduate as per TEA rules.
Okay. Okay. And I'll say a couple of things in regard to, thank you, sir. But Ms. Gomez, I'm seeing some purchases that are coming later on the agenda, which are awesome. They're instructionally appropriate. I am concerned with those campuses that are rated like 37th out of 40, and we have some. You know, that IR campus that we have a black eye, you know, from, you know, we got a B, which is great, but, you know, we have a campus that's an IR campus. And so we want to make sure that we follow up on those campuses, and at the end of this year that the rest of the campuses will be rated, that we will stand high in regard to our rating, district-wide as well as campus-wide. So I'm glad to see that a lot of the, you know, as I mentioned, purchase orders that we're making and that we'll see on the agenda later on are appropriate for instruction. And I think I've mentioned this in the past where, yeah, you have the Leader in Me program that we're spending lots of money, but, you know, we're having failing readers, you know, in the bilingual program. So with that being said, I just want to say that I'm glad that we're moving up with the state and the district and that we're making gains in regard to all other areas. There's room for improvement in the elementaries that are scoring way down in the 25th lower percentile. Anybody else?
We agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rios?
Ms. Gomez, thank you for a thorough presentation, probably more thorough than we've had in years. And also, Mr. Mesa, the teachers and administrators and everybody at the campuses that have worked so hard to see this shift in the data. Definitely took us a while to get here, but if we stay focused on student growth, we'll continue to see increases. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now, as I mentioned, this first year that I see state, district, and region pretty much close. Scores are very close to each other. At this time, we'll continue with item 8A, Report Senate Bill 1882. Mr. Escamilla. I'm having a... I have to get away from it. Yeah.
Just enter. Yeah, we'll just press enter. I'll be right here.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Pablo Escamilla. Before I start the presentation, just to give you a little brief background as to who I am with our firm. Public education has been a part of my private and professional life. 2 years after college, obviously, when you see me many years ago, I served on the school board at the community which I was reared, which is Edgewood. I served during a time when MALDEF approached the school district about filing suit against the state in the famous Edgewood versus Kirby case. Those were 10 years of really exciting times for me. I was very young at the time. Then after that, I returned to school, got a law degree, and immediately started practicing with a school law firm. 4 years after that, I went on my own in 1991, and I've been practicing school law ever since. Was licensed in 1987. Our firm basically does that and public finance. The reason I'm here tonight is because the superintendent, along with Marty De Leon, who's one of our attorneys, actually Marty is a lobbyist in Austin. Before he was that, he was working with governmental relations out of TASB. Asked me to share with you some of my experiences, and I'll do it very quickly, with regard to Senate Bill 1882. And the reason is because I serve right now as lead general counsel for our firm for San Antonio ISD. And San Antonio ISD has successfully applied and received the commissioner's approval for 4 1882 campuses. And so I wanted to give you a little quick, just an overview so you understand what this means and where it came from. Originally, the 1882 is the number of the Senate bill. But what it does is it amends 2 statutes in the education code. It introduces a brand new statute called 11174 in the chapter 11, which addresses what was known before. This was passed in 2017. Addresses what was known before, at least we call it the death penalty of 2 years before in 2015. The death penalty was that if a school reached IR status in its 5th year, the commissioner was to either shut the school down or replace the school board with the board of managers. That was his authority under the statute. 1882 came along and said, if you want a reprieve from that, and I'm using my own terms, that's not the language of the statute, obviously, then you partner, if you can, you partner with one of 4 entities in order to and create an internal charter with that relationship. And one of the 4 entities had to have been either an open enrollment charter, one that has already been chartered by the state, a nonprofit, either a private or public higher education entity or institution, or another governmental entity. And San Antonio ISD immediately moved on that. As you well can imagine, it's usually the urban school districts that are going to have more IR campuses than perhaps affluent suburban school districts. And the variations of the relationship were continued. Let me go through the slide real quickly, and then I can talk about it a little bit more. Texas Partnership for School Districts is something that the Texas Education Agency is very, very high on. The Commissioner of Education wants Texas schools to partner as much as possible with other entities that have shown some proficiency in being able to turn schools around or develop innovative type of campuses. And the agency supports innovative partnerships for ISDs. The type of innovation partnerships are 3. Replicate a great school. We have that in San Antonio ISD with what's called the Young Women's Leadership Academy. It's been very successful. And Lamar Elementary School. And re-envision a low-performing school, which is the IR campus situation, where, again, in my experience with San Antonio ISD, they show El Paso here, we have done with one school that was in its 5th year of IR. And the other, of course, is to launch a brand new school. Now, launching a brand new school doesn't really mean, I could mean creating a brand new school, but it's really a brand new school concept. TEA has approved a relationship in San Antonio between Pre-K for SA, the famous Pre-K for SA, and Gardendale Elementary School in the Edgewood School District. And it's called a new school, but it really isn't. I mean, Gardendale Elementary has been around for a long time. The repurposing of the school is that Gardendale used to be a pre-K 6th grade. Now, with its relationship with pre-K for SA, it's going to be pre-K to 3rd grade. And all the other kids on the higher grades will have to go to another school. That's what that means. In order to launch a new school, and that's what I'm going to be addressing here. I'm not going to be addressing the IR campuses. The school district has to identify the need for a new school option, identify a partner to partner with to launch that school, operate the new school as an innovation partnership, and TEA supports early childhood school innovation, and that's one of the reasons why, but it doesn't have to necessarily be early childhood. Innovation is something that obviously the agency and the legislature has been very high on. Districts of innovation is one option. All the school districts in Texas have not really taken that to heart in terms of turning an entire school district around. Usually it's been limited now to just innovating the time of day, the time in the calendar when school begins, or the length of the school day. It hasn't gone much beyond that, but the law allows you to do innovative things. Can San Felipe del Rio Consolidated, ISD, launch a new school? This is an example only. All right. If you were to create, for example, a health careers early college high school, and you wanted to partner with Southwest Texas Junior College, the district benefits would be the board picks a partner to operate the campus, in this case, Southwest Texas Junior College. The board sets goals for a partner in a performance contract. The board holds partner accountability, and the school accountability remains with the district. Now that's important because in the next slide you're going to see the things that you're going to have to allow the partner to do. In this particular case, you control the situation merely by the fact that you are entering into a contract, and in that contract you're saying you will operate partner, the school, but we're going to hold you accountable for the results in 2 categories: academic performance and financial accountability. Now here's what the district must do in its relationship with this is exactly what you benefit from monetarily if you enter into a contract. And this is in the law, and TEA has rules regarding that. ADA funding will increase by about $2,000. So if you have 400 students, that's going to be an increase in ADA funding of $755,200 for that campus, because that's the student ADA funding. The second is that there's federal money that TEA administers and passes through to anyone who enters in this kind of relationship, anywhere between $600,000 to $800,000 for facilities improvement. The third is money from the state called school action grants, and this is planning money and implementation money that goes to the school, to the partnership in order to begin and plan the new campus. Of course, no cost to you because it's coming either federally from the state or the federal government. And this is what some people say you give up, but in essence, you really control everything. You control the result, but you don't control the process. The partner must be given many autonomies to run the campus. And those are Southwest Texas will pick the principal. The teachers may keep their contracts. They will be employees of the district, but the campus will decide, or the partnership will decide perhaps what teachers will stay and which won't. They may have to reapply again. But they're still under contract with you, and they're still the school district's employees. The board and Southwest Texas will decide on the staff, and the performance contract needs to be at a minimum 3 years. Now, in order to, let me just divert just a little bit, because in this particular scenario, the school district employees remain employees of the partnership. At SAISD, its first campus, Stewart Elementary, the school district partnered with a group out of New York called Democracy Prep. And in that particular relationship, Democracy Prep, which was famous for turning around, or has a lot of success in turning around IR schools, not in Texas, but other parts of the state, of the country, requested and asked, actually required, that all the employees of the school district had to be their employees, not school district employees. School district employees could apply, but it would be their hire. And their hires would be at-will employees, even the teachers. What does that mean for the school district? Well, the school district then had to reassign, obviously, because you're under contract with your teachers. That is the only example that I have seen so far where that kind of relationship exists. In all of the other campuses that the district has a partnership with, they are like this. That is, the employees, all of them, professional and non-professional, are school district employees and therefore have the same protections under Chapter 21 and due process. But the campus is run by the partner. I can get into more detail about the autonomies if you like, but that's basically what it is. You have to allow them to do that, to run the campus, but you hold them accountable at the end with regard to the academic accountability and financial accountability. If they don't meet that, the contract's over, all right? The application deadline for this year is April the 1st, and TA gives you a decision within 30 days as to whether you've been approved or not been approved. So another possibility, in addition to this relationship with the college, could be a relationship perhaps with an elementary campus and Head Start. Same thing, you would find the appropriate partner that you would vet, enter into, and then file application with the state. It's up to the commissioner, of course, ultimately to decide on the relationship. And that's it.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes, sir. Dr. Rios?
The reason that this sounded appealing and that we wanted to further explore and engage the board's discussion is, as we have mentioned before, it's our goal to establish a health careers early college high school. Obviously, that's costly and is planned out for possibly 3 years down the road. But this move would provide financial assistance as well as create the partnership with the junior college that would ultimately do the certification anyhow. I reached out to Dr. Gonzalez from Southeast Junior College, and he said that he would either be here or send Dr. Underwood, who's here today. Obviously, there's a whole lot of discussion that would have to take place, and there's no action on the board tonight, but we want you to be aware so that when we provide you updates and possibly bring items for action, you will not be unaware of the possibilities. But our goal is to just continue to be innovative, respond to the needs of the community, and be aggressive in how quickly we pursue this, and this would certainly provide that avenue. We're far from it. We have to continue having conversations with the board, continue conversations with the junior college, but if possible, we would like to approach it by April to submit an application. That's why we're bringing it today.
Are we talking about April this year?
The application would be submitted by April.
Oh, you have to wait another year, but we're not too sure.
Discussion.
When you talk
Mr.
about
Gutierrez?
furthering the nursing field, it's kind of like what the P-TECH, is this different from the CTE and it's going into a different direction or enhancing the?
It's enhancing what we have, and P-TECH would be part of that. That's a partnership that we're already part of. So it'd be entirely enhancing what we have.
Do we have a number of how many kids would be into this program aside from what we already have from CT? I know that they said 400. Is that what we're looking at to take advantage of the full?
Ultimately, because an early college high school has about 100 students per grade level, per cohort, that's why we put that number up there for discussion. But in reality, it would create a whole lot of conversations with our CTE director, because the goal would be to enhance the number of students that complete certifications. We might one, we would increase the number of certifications that we offer, but also increase the number of students because, Mr. Gonzalez, I don't believe that that on a yearly basis, if we combine EMT, CNAs, phlebotomy, I don't believe that at this point we would have 100 people graduating in the medical field. I would venture a guess closer to 50. Will you give me a thumbs up or thumbs down? So, yeah. So our goal would be to increase certifications and increase number of students.
And when you say increase into the medical field, and I think I've had some conversations with Mr. Gonzalez, would be the nursing, right? To be the registered nurse and the BSN?
That would be the pathway that will lead towards that, yes, sir. But the exciting part is that our students can graduate with certifications and assist them in more quickly pursuing the higher level certifications. And I was visiting with some members of the community, and we all agree that careers may come and go depending on the economy, but something that will never go away is the need for staff in the medical field, because age is something we don't control. It's just going to happen. With that is our needs. I think it's exciting, an exciting opportunity, increases the partnership with an entity like the junior college if they were to step forward, or another entity if the junior college wasn't up to it at this point. But I would certainly hope and believe that they will be.
Mr. Orfeld?
I know you had said that Dr. Gonzalez from the junior college himself or would send a representative. I know Dr. Underwood is here. Does the junior college have any initial thought, or does Dr. Underwood want to say anything concerning this possible partnership there? If you're asking for us to maybe give some direction for April 1. I didn't know if I don't want to put him on the spot. Sorry, sir.
He has a notebook and everything. I think he's ready.
Since they would be the main partner.
Good evening. No, I'm happy to say a few thousand well-chosen words. This is my notebook. Yes, I've been studying this issue all day. I have one day's education on this. But Dr. Gonzalez and I did discuss it this morning, and initially we're very interested in certainly talking more. Of course, as an accountant, Dr. Gonzalez wants to know how much of that, all that money you're going to funnel our way. But no, quite seriously, we are interested in this. Growth. When we talk about growth at Southwest Texas Junior College, we talk about two things. We talk about partnerships and we talk about tech. I mean, we're going to have to grow on the technical side, much like y'all are doing. And so this kind of initially fits with our thinking of where we need to go. And we're certainly interested in continuing our relationship with y'all in aspects of dual credit. So, yes. Hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Excuse me. I want to say a couple of things. Health careers is certainly something that once students go in there and get their certification, they can find a job anywhere. Hospitals are open 24/7. There's jobs everywhere. I think it's a wonderful thing. The only thing I wish we had is a little bit more time, since April is, again, the time for the contract. And so I know it's a good thing. I know we have a lot of students that are interested in that and have gotten certifications in areas of health careers. I just wish this would have brought a little bit more earlier in the year, Dr. Rios.
Yes, sir. Definitely having longer discussions is worth it. However, submitting an application is only a commitment to continue the discussion. If the commissioner approves this charter, it doesn't bind Southwest Texas Junior College or the school district from actually accepting the charter. So it just allows us to meet a deadline and continue the conversations, because we fully respect the notion of time and discussion.
So we would be able to submit questions that we have in regard to other issues?
Absolutely. And have ongoing discussions even beyond April.
Okay. Then, it's a wonderful thing. I'm glad that, there's funds generated from this, and it's certainly a wonderful option for us to look at because, again, as I mentioned, health careers is a wonderful way for students to be able to support their further in their education on their own if they're on their own. Any other discussion from board members? Mr. Smith, Diana, Amy?
So what would you need from us, a motion or?
Mr. Contreras? No, it's just a report.
Not today, but possibly in the March board meeting, we would bring some required actions. So we look forward to sharing some updates. Again, I want to emphasize that in our discussions with the attorneys, we would seek approval to submit the application. Nothing saying that we'd have to accept the charter or continue with it. It just means that we can begin the process and not miss out on this opportunity.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir, and wish you safe travels.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. I appreciate it. And let's hope for the best if we can get this in by April 1st.
Great. Thank you. We'll continue the conversation, Dr. Rios. At this time, we'll continue with our agenda. We're at item B, 8B, survey results for the 2019-2020 school calendar options. Jaide Garcia.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, board members. During the January board meeting, we presented 4 calendar options that were designed by our District Planning and Decision-Making Committee. And then we had a survey that went out. So today we're going to share those results from the survey. There's a copy of this PowerPoint on page 124 of your book. We had the first option was a mirror of the 18-19 school year calendar. Option 2 had a few changes. It was 1 less instructional day. We added 5 additional instructional minutes to the day at the elementary level only. This would allow for Veterans Day as a holiday for teachers. The RTI data planning day would move to November the 8th. Add August the 9th as an RTI data planning day, and then to meet the 187 teacher required days. And this will provide an additional RTI data planning day. Option 3, the summary of changes for this calendar include second 6 weeks has additional instructional days for a better balanced among the 6 weeks. They recommended to add an additional RTI data planning day for teachers to be off on Veterans Day and provide this would provide 1 less instructional day. It would allow for only 1 bad weather day, and not all the 6 weeks would end on a Friday. The last option, calendar 4, the summary of changes for this calendar would be add 5 instructional minutes to elementary and middle school level. This would allow Veterans Day as a holiday for teachers. The RTI data planning days would be August the 9th. Teacher last working day would be May the 29th. Provide an additional work day for teachers, August 8th. 2 less instructional days, and allows for 1 bad weather day, 4 work days, and then not all 6 weeks would end on a Friday. Those were the 4 calendar options. The results of the survey, we had for option 1, 357 votes, which was 44%. Option 4 was 278 votes, which was 35%. Option 3 was 53 votes, which was 7%. And option 2 was 117, which was 14%. The employee survey, we had auxiliary staff 74, which accounted for 9%, professionals 506, which accounted for 63%, and paraprofessionals, we had a total of 222 votes,
which accounted for 28%. Last year, we had a total of 824 votes, and this year we had 802. So next year, we plan to include either the department or campus. Like that, we can pull reports and let the principals and directors know who has voted and who hasn't as far as their numbers for their staff. So at this time, we just wanted to share the results of the survey, and later in the board agenda items, we'll make the recommendation. Is there any questions?
Question from board members.
I got
Mr.
a
Smith?
couple questions. So you're saying out of the 1,400 or so, only 800 voted?
Participated.
And then out of that, we've got this isn't.
You want to see this stuff?
No, that
Oh.
that chart that you were showing was exactly the one
Okay.
that I would be asking about.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, it's obvious option 3 and 2 are not the preferred option. Right? So you've got. It's just not a big difference there. So anyway, I'll digest that a little bit while everybody else asks questions.
Any other questions?
No, I just
Ms.
want to make a
Mr.
comment.
Contreras?
I would hate to force employees to vote, on something like this. I think it should be optional. Because a lot of times if you're forced to vote, to me, it's just you're going to go against something you really don't, want. So, did I understand correctly that you're going to ask principals next year to increase the votes?
Right, but it would still be confidential. So the only thing we would do would be provide the campus principals and directors a report of how many of their staff has voted so that they can encourage.
Okay, but not who has.
No, it's confidential.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you want to get as much participation so that they can be in agreement with the school calendar overall. Any other discussion, Ms. Webb?
This year, were we not off for veterans?
No, the students were, the teachers had an RTI data planning day.
So if we have, Dr. Diaz, do we have veterans that would like to participate in the Veterans Parade? Are they going to be given permission to attend? Or are they going to be docked half a day or a day, which is not correct?
No, ma'am. In all instances, we direct our principals and department heads to work with veterans. If they want to participate in the parade, they can certainly make up the time. Or maybe they participate in the parade as part of a school activity so we can honor the school's participation. And I think that I haven't had an instance where somebody reports to me, hey, my director or my principal didn't allow me to participate. So that's not an issue. So as long as they ask, and assume that they'll be heard, but they have to ask.
Because I believe that's the only difference between 1 and 4, correct? Was Veterans Day off as a holiday on one and RTI on another.
I can bring it up here, just so that you can see 4 again. But that was the main difference, that one.
Right.
Right there. We would have to add 5 instructional minutes to the calendar. And because on this one, some of the teachers were recommending that they wanted to end the school year in May instead of waiting until June. So that's why we had to add more instructional minutes.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll continue with item 8C, Operations Committee meeting update. Sandra Hernandez.
While she's setting up, Mr. Mercer, if I could just announce to the principals, bear with us. We'll dismiss you after item F. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I looked over the agenda, and unless you have something where you really want to see the turnout or the results after the last presentation, which is item F, you're welcome to go tend to your family. I see some of you definitely have to go, so. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. This evening, I'm going to be presenting to you just a brief overview, an update on the Operations Committee. Just to remind the board, the goals of the committee is to review the considerations and requests for future and district projects. During this particular time, we looked at the recommendations from the bond, teacher forum recommendations. We even looked at district rezoning. We reviewed the current sustainability plans. We review costs associated with those proposed projects, looking at what was projected versus what's the actual cost of those projects. And then we looked at prioritization of those projects. So when we look at putting together the sources that we have for funding, there is an excess fund balance of $4,830,587. There's an unassigned TRE of $781,316. Construction allotment, that was a $1 million that was set aside. Excess fund balance, as I mentioned, was that $4,830,537, and then the $500,000 that was set aside for security. So your potential funding sources are $7,111,903. When we looked at the 1 to 3 year plan, the committee looked at the projects 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years, and then began to decide where do we want them to be. They began to prioritize these projects, and this is what those results are. The high school, Del Rio High School, there's a cafeteria expansion, and the costs are associated with that, $600,000. New furniture for 200 and 400 wing, $440,000. 400 wing restrooms, $150,000. And resurfacing the ROTC marching pad is $100,000. The move that was made, one of the changes that was recommended at the last meeting was looking at renovating 3 special education classrooms, Del Rio freshmen, and that's a cost of $65,000. Del Rio Middle School turf replacement, $600,000. Calderon Elementary nurses station redesign, and that would be a cost of $60,000 for a projected budget of $2,015,000. Looking at the 2-year project
Sandra,
plan.
sorry, if we can stop at the 1 year plan
Mhm.
and then move on to the next slide, because really.
The concentration is on the first year.
Yes, and we'll update the board when the facility committee meets again. And then the members can comment when we're done. Sure. Otherwise, we'll get distracted and not focus on what's at hand.
Absolutely. So looking at the 1-year project plan, we're also able to meet with Kissling Architecture. And at this time, I'm going to ask Kissling Architecture to, Mr. Kissling to come in and provide you with some information that he shared during the operations meeting.
Dr. Rios, President Mesa, and board members. We started discussing a couple months back about the potential of increasing the cafeteria seating at the high school. There was a need for that, and of course, with all these projects, very budget-minded, and how do we achieve something with the space that is already in existence. There was a underutilized area just right off the cafeteria, which was a stage area that separated the cafeteria from the gymnasium. And there was also storage rooms, mechanical closets, teacher's lounge, and a restroom facility as part of that area. That was, in just analyzing that seemed to be a very obvious place where we could gain the additional square footage we needed for the seating with minimal cost. Stay within the walls, stay under the roof, and do something that would, one, fit that need, but also address some of the safety issues in that area. Currently, right now, there are ramps, there are pedestrian ramps. They're not ADA compliant because they're too steep. They're really not good pedestrian ramps because they're really too steep to walk down. There's an issue with railing heights, and these are the walls you see in the graphic. Let me see if that's. So this is a shot of the cafeteria looking at the area when you walk in at the entry, and then it's looking across the mall area of that cafeteria. A couple of things that we're trying to do. One is to make modifications that would make that area safer, maximize seating. So one was railings. The other one was replacing the steep ramps with stairs and reconfigure the circulation of the existing accessible route for ADA and making that a cleaner transition, more functional, but also eliminating the need for the wheelchair lift that it's out there presently. And then the other large item was to open this area and really have a more open visual sight lines to the gymnasium and also throughout the entire cafeteria. Some of the things that we're doing in order to relieve some of the congestion at the queuing areas for the cafeteria was to reconfigure some of the queuing area. And I don't know if we have a slide here or not, Tony. But on the right-hand side was implementing a new queuing area that would move the kids who are now queuing in the hall space and blocking those halls for access and move them out of that pathway into these areas. Part of the other needs that were addressed in the conversations was need for microwave areas, a place for kids to warm their lunches. There's also was a request for a kiosk area that they could use for also serving prepped meals, and it would be a place to gather that would also facilitate if kids needed to charge electronic devices, there would be an area where they could do that very easily. But again, in trying to stay within the architecture of the 50-year-old facility and making it, updating it, and being sensitive to that style of architecture and trying to blend in. And if you look at some of the images, and let me see if we can flip that one more time. We were able to retain, a lot of the elements of the school as it exists now. I know there has been comments about the ceiling in that facility, and I know testing is underway to determine if there's asbestos in that. And again, that's another item that we can address, but is not addressed in this budget. So in this particular review, you're actually, if y'all are familiar with the facility, you're at the kitchen area of the cafeteria, And to the left would be a new glass wall that would match the proportions of the existing glass storefront, but blend in and look like it's always been there. So the whole idea is to make it look like it was never touched. But the area that we're looking at now, where the tables and chairs are, that's where the old stage was, and that's the area that we would pick up for the additional seating. That's it. Okay. Are there any questions?
Board members? None? No questions, sir.
Mr. Mesa,
Yep.
can I ask, I do have a quick question.
Okay, Amy.
At the bottom it said that new version will sit 500 people. Is that, I saw 500 at the bottom?
It's 500,
Is that
yes,
right?
capacity.
So what do we have for lunch now? Are we, how many kids do we have now for lunch?
We have been
'Cause
told-
I've been there and it's quite a few, but.
We've been told
Is that
it's
gonna be more?
400 to 500, but this particular layout only utilizes the 8-top round table. If you actually go forward and go with the 12-top rectangular table, you can seat up to 708. So there's definitely room to grow on this particular layout.
Okay. So you said it was like 400 for lunch now? Is that what?
400 to 500.
400 to 500 now.
If I may, Mr. Mesa, Ms. Haynes, the goal is to provide a safer seating arrangement and decrease the congestion as well as address the ADA compliance. Because we have student seating at the CT Center and Eating at Early College High School, we don't necessarily have the need to add more seating. We just have the need to add more comfortable, safer seating to reduce the congestion, because it does, one, disturb the classes where the lines are rerouted to, and it does create significant congestion both in the morning when students are in the cafeteria, because at that point you have way over 400 to 500 people. You have most of the students that arrive on time waiting to begin class. So we just want a safer gathering for the students. And we do want to provide comfort, obviously, but there's not too much comfort. It's just mainly safety.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none? Thank you.
As we continue this presentation, just to update the board, the committee will continue to meet. These are the next dates that they will be meeting. They'll be meeting in April, June, and July for further discussions. And are there any questions from the board?
Any other questions from anyone? This is a report, so we thank you again
Yes, sir.
for a job well done. And thank all those in the committee for attending the Operations Committee meeting. At this time, we're down to item 8E, which is Facilities and Construction Reports. Mr. Henge.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, members of the board. For our facilities and construction report, the month of February, we'll be reviewing the maintenance, technology, and transportation support tickets. And then we'll be looking at the new construction that's taking place at Del Rio High School, 200 wing renovations, facility improvements for the upcoming robotics competition, and we'll go through the status reports on the ESCO project, both at the high school as well as district-wide. Maintenance department ticket summary for the month. Our 30-day-old tickets are sitting at 277, which is up from last month. The 60-day-old tickets are at 66, which is down. And the 90-day tickets are at 288, which is up right now. We have been filling some vacancies in the maintenance department. We had an individual start today, another one starting next week, so we're starting to fill those gaps now. So I'm anticipating those numbers will be moving down by next month's report. Again, I've gone with the same format that I've used in the past here, so you get an idea as far as the trade, the percentage on the trade, as well as the open and closed. For technology, the 30-day-old tickets for the last month came in at 211, and that number is up. 60-day-old tickets are sitting at 5, that number's down. And the 90-day-old tickets are at 22, which those are also down from the previous month. We still continue to be right around the 37th percentile for connectivity. That's the original request as it comes in, and then from there we go out, we troubleshoot, and then we determine if it was truly connectivity or if it was computer-related, things like that. The transportation department, 30-day-old tickets are sitting at 56, and that number is up from the previous month. Excuse me. The 60-day-old tickets are sitting at 12, that number is up, and there are currently no 90-day-old tickets, which is the same as previous month. The 200 wing renovations, I've outlined the scheduled events that we have taking place, what's been completed. Currently, we are doing a complete abatement at the 200 wing, which was included in our board update recently. After looking at all of the ductwork that needed to be removed out of there or abated or sealed, financially it made more sense just to remove all of it. So at this point, once we get done with the 200 wing renovations, there will be no asbestos in the ceilings. We will have some that's sealed in the floor tiles themselves, but we will be doing abatement where walls will be moving through this renovation. And I believe the abatement part itself should be completed, at least for the HVAC, by midweek this week. And then it's chalkboards and then a handful of floor tiles at that point. So the project's still on schedule. As you can see in the photo to the right, all the insulation's been removed. Over spring break, we are planning on doing a spray-in insulation. So that'll do a few things for us. One, we won't have insulation laying on top of ceiling tiles that has a tendency over the years of being thrown to the sides. This will actually be stuck to the deck, so it's going to improve our insulation rating. It's also going to allow us to keep those ceilings that are really not that high right now from coming down more once we put new lighting fixtures and new ductwork in, because we will be replacing all the ductwork over there as well. Facility improvements. We're right now doing everything that we can to get the high school ready for the robotics event that we'll be hosting next month. I've included the schedule here, but some of the things that we've been doing is fresh coat of paint on the inside of the building that's going to be open to the public. We have some landscaping work that's taking place out in the courtyard, which we're anticipating a lot of the guests will be out there eating in between some of the activities that will be going on between the two gyms. We've done a complete power wash out there in the courtyard area as well as the front of the new gym. And again, we're going over that now with paint to try and get everything so it looks nice when we do have these out-of-town guests coming in. The event is scheduled, I believe, for they're going to start moving things in on the 21st, and the actual event's going to be that weekend on the 23rd, I believe. It'll be all day on that Saturday and then Sunday. During this, we are also working on electrical and technical accommodations, and basically what that means is if you want to go outside to a food truck to get something to eat, because we'll have those lined up right outside of the hall that you see here on the left, you can bring the food in, sit down in the cafeteria, and you'll be able to see the events going on both in the new gym and the old gym. We'll be displaying them on TVs in there, so you won't have to miss the event to go and get something to eat. We're also kind of guesstimating at how many people are going to be there, so I'm not sure what seating is going to look like. So this will also work as an overflow area for our guests. The ESCO lighting and mechanical progress report. Again, I've given all the percentages as far as what Snyder has reported back that's been completed. This slide here hasn't changed a lot from the previous month because their reporting for last month was really projecting into this month. So I did notice a lot of similarities here with this. The high school will be going through a power shutdown over spring break. At that point, we'll have our final electrical switchgear and everything being installed. I believe that's going to start on that Tuesday and be completed by late Thursday afternoon, Friday morning. Exterior lighting, we're still continuing to make advances in that part of it district-wide, as well as the interior lighting. A lot of the focus here has been at 6th grade as well as warehouse and the bus barn. The water conservation component for this project was completed this last week. I did a walkthrough and verified at all the campuses that either fixtures have been replaced or new flush valves have been installed in the restrooms. Sinks are working as expected. So we were able to get a completion on that piece of it. And now they're concentrating on obviously all the work that's being done at the high school, controls and automation progress. I'll continue to show those updates as well. We did run into some issues of too hot, too cold in a lot of areas. So after working with Schneider, what we decided to do was have our set points in there, and they're going to come back through and add in an additional slider unit. So the classroom will actually be able to make an adjustment by about 2 degrees. And I'm hoping that works well for a lot of the people that are going through this right now, because it's really difficult to get that heating and cooling piece to where everybody's happy with it across the board. So I think we do need to be a little bit flexible, but it will fall within the parameters of the savings that they projected. Questions?
Question from board members? Yes, on the portable classrooms, there's still some at Cardwell?
There's 1 at Cardwell and there's 2 at the high school yet, and we're anticipating within this week they're going to be gone. They moved, I believe, 3 of them out from the warehouse last week.
When is the one from Cardwell expected to?
I don't have that date yet. I can get it for you if it's not out before the next board
But it's
meeting.
already scheduled. It is scheduled.
Yeah, all 3 of them are scheduled.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned on how they're going to move that one at Cardwell because of where that tree's sitting right in front of it.
Okay, I know that the fence had been taken down and then put up again.
Right.
I just wondered.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Ms. Gonzalez?
No, I'm just asking about the roof over there at Lamar. Still working on it. They work day and night. What are they doing there?
At Lamar?
Yeah. on the
It
roof.
may be automation controls. I'm not aware of any roofing
They
work
work
over
it?
there. They may have some rooftop units.
Every
so.
day they work. I mean, that's great. I was wondering what they were doing. Thought there was a UFO, like I told you one time.
Oh.
They work at night. They're working on the.
I can look into
Are they
that.
working on? Pardon me?
I can look into this.
No, I mean that's okay. I just wondered.
Oh, okay.
I mean, don't get on their case about it.
No. They've been really, really
I mean,
good to
they
work
are workers,
with.
right?
And communication.
They're not burglars.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
It's
Dr. Reyes?
less than I can conduct our business during the day, but I would just hate to forget. We have to be cognizant of the power shutoffs and the work that's being done at the high school in relation to the date that we're having the robotics competition.
Mhm.
I'd hate for something to not be controllable during those days, just because of the sheer number of students and people that will be there. We need to be able to control the air. We cannot schedule work right before and right afterwards. And all that area in the back where they're storing the AC units that are gonna go on the roof, that has to be scheduled to clear, because in my conversations with the CT department, that is a whole storage area for the people that are bringing props with them, or whatever technical name they have for them. So we have to be cognizant of that, and I would please have a conversation with Roger here the next day to make sure everything is perfectly synchronized.
Yes, sir, will do.
Thank you again for the report.
Thank you.
This time we go to item 8F, teacher turnover by campus principal. Aide Garcia.
Good evening again. HR received a request to prepare a report for teacher turnover by campus principal. So we have at Del Rio High School, under the direction of Dr. Sally Zuniga Barrera.
I'm sorry, ma'am, did we not make copies for the board members?
No, I didn't.
Okay, we'll make copies for y'all to take with you before.
I'm
you
sorry,
leave.
I thought.
apologize.
Yeah, I thought we were sending it through board communique, sorry. Under Dr. Sally Zuniga Barrera, we have a total of 12 staff that separated. 6 were resigned, 3 were reassigned, and 3 retired. Under the direction of Dr. Perez, we had a total of 22, 15 resigned, 3 reassigned, and 4 retired. And you'll see through the rest of the slides that the year 16-17, we had a lot of turnover. So at the end of the presentation, there is a slide that identifies where these teachers moved. Then for the school year 17-18, we have a total of 16, 11 were resigned, and then we have 1 that was job abandonment, another one that was reassigned, and then 3 that retired. For the school year 18-19, we had a total of 5, 4 resigned, and 1 retired. For Del Rio High School at the SGLC, under the direction of Mr. Rick Maldonado, for the year 15-16, we had 1 teacher that resigned. For the year 16-17, we had another person that resigned, and for school year 17-18, under the direction of Mr. Westlake, we have 2 individuals that resigned, and 1 that was reassigned, and 1 that retired. Del Rio freshmen, under the direction of Mr. Thomas Cabello, we had 5, 4 resigned, 1 reassigned. For the 16-17 school year, 9 resigned and 2 were reassigned. For the 17-18 school year, we had 3 that resigned, 2 that retired. For the 18-19, we had 1 job abandonment and 2 resigned. Early College High School, for the 17-18 school year, under the direction of Ms. Rodriguez, we had 1 deceased, 1 resigned, and 1 retired. For the 18-19 school year, we had 1 resigned. Blended Academy, under the direction of Ms. Alma Flores, we had 1 reassigned. For the 16-17 school year, under the direction of Mr. Rodriguez, we had 2 that were reassigned and 2 that resigned. For the 17-18 school year, 3 resigned, and this year we have 1 that was reassigned. Del Rio Middle School, under the direction of Mr. Jorge Limon, we had 3 that were reassigned, 3 resigned, and 2, what happened to those 2? What happened to my legend? We'll see at the end on that one. And then for for Carlos Barrera, we had 6 that resigned, 12 that, 6 that resigned, 12 that, 6 reassigned, 12 resigned, and the 3 that I need to figure out what happened with that. And then under Sergio Jimenez, for the 17-18 school year, we have 1 that deceased, 3 that were reassigned, 9 that resigned, and 1 that reassigned in lieu of termination. For the 18-19 school year, we had 1 reassigned and 1 resigned. And under Ms. Cynthia Salas, we had 1 that resigned. San Felipe Memorial Middle School, under the direction of Pablo Ramos, we had 2 that retired, 2 that were reassigned, 5 that resigned, and 1 that retired. Dr. Sally Zuniga Barrera for the 17-18 school year, 2 retired, 1 resigned, and 1 was reassigned. For the 18-19 school year, so far we have 1 that resigned. Buena Vista Elementary, under the direction of Ms. Jane Villarreal, 4 resigned, 2 retired. We have for the 16-17 school year, 1 was reassigned, 4 resigned, and 2 retired. For the 17-18 school year, under the direction of Ms. Sutton, 4 resigned. And for the 18-19 school year, so far we have 1 that indicated that they're going to retire. For Dr. Fermin Calderon, under the direction of Rest in Peace, Ms. Brianna Muraida, we have 3 that were reassigned, 3 resigned, and 1 retired. For the 16-17 school year, under the direction of Ms. Jane Villarreal, we have 2 that were reassigned and 9 that resigned. For the 17-18 school year, 5 resigned, and for the 18-19 school year, we have 3 that resigned and 1 that is going to retire. Dr. Lonnie Green, under the direction of Ms. Salas, we have 1 that resigned, 2 that resigned under the 16-17 school year, and also 2 that retired. For the 17-18 school year, under Ms. Cheryl Pond, we have 1 that resigned, 5 teachers that, 1 that was reassigned, 5 that resigned, and 2 that have indicated they're going to retire. And for the 18-19 school year, we have 1 that resigned. For Garfield Elementary, under the direction of Ms. Cynthia Sagun, we had 1 individual that resigned, another 1 that was reassigned, and 1 that retired. For the 16-17 school year, under Mr. Sergio Jimenez, we have 6 that resigned and 1 that was reassigned. For the 17-18 school year, under the direction of Ms. Rubio, we have 1 that was reassigned, 2 resigned, and 3 retired. For the 18-19 school year, we have 1 that was reassigned, 2 that resigned, and 3 that have indicated that they're going to retire at the end of the school year. For Irene Cardwell, under the direction of Ms. Linda Guanajuato Webb, it indicates we had 1 that was reassigned and 1 that resigned. For the 16-17 school year, under the direction of Ms. Adams, 3 teachers resigned and 1 retired. And for the 17-18 school year, we have 1 individual that resigned and 1 that retired. For Lamar, for the 15-16 school year, under the direction of Ms. Flores, we had 1 that reassigned, 1 that retired. For the 16-17 school year, 1 deceased, 2 reassigned, and 2 resigned. For the 17-18 school year, 1 reassigned, 2 resigned, and 1 retired. For the 18-19 school year, we have 3 that have resigned. North Heights Elementary, under the direction of Ms. Elisa Diaz, 1 was reassigned, and 1 resigned. For the 16-17 school year, under the direction of Ms. Solis, 3 have resigned, 3 reassigned, 6 resigned, and 1 retired. For the 18-19 school year, 2 retired, and for the 17-18 school year, we have 1 that was reassigned, 1 resigned, and 1 was terminated. For Ruben Chavira Elementary, under the direction of Dr. Perez, 2 teachers resigned. For the 16-17 school year, under Ms. Griselda Westlake, 1 resigned, 1 was reassigned, and 5 retired. For the 17-18 school year, under Ms. Correa, we indicate 3 were reassigned, and 6 resigned, and 2 retired. And for the 18-19 school year, 1 reassigned, and 3 resigned. This last graph indicates on that 16-17 school year, we had a lot of turnover. 41 of them were for relocation, 35 retirement, 10 relocation due to military. 13, we had no data. This is the data that we get in the exit survey. When employees leave, this is what they fill out. And then 14 accepted another position. Those were the highest ones. Is there any questions on this?
Just would you provide a copy for
Yes,
each
sir.
of the board members, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a
Questions?
couple of questions. So this shows trends by campus, but it really doesn't give comparison by campus and then overall per capita, right?
Right.
So it'd be nice if we could see that per capita by campus and then per capita by the district, so that we understand what that means, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then why would reassigned be in turnover? Because that's really not turnover, that's.
Well, but it's not, these reassignments here are not reassignment within the campus. They're reassignment to another campus.
Yeah, what
And I
does that,
think-
what does that mean, though? I mean, at the end of the day, what are you trying to accomplish by chasing that element? I mean, if somebody's gonna resign and you wanna keep them from resigning and getting your exit questions and figuring out why they're leaving, that's valuable. But if it's choice, we decide to move them from somebody, why do I, at the end of the day, that's a good thing, right?
There's, if I may, Mr. Mesa, there's a couple of reasons. One has to do always with a shifting population. So, for example, because of numbers at the time of enrollment that differed from the beginning of the school year, we had excess teachers at some campus.
Sure, yeah.
So that requires us shifting teachers and moving them. And not this year, but the year before that, there was a significant amount of that as we were trying to balance out schools.
Yeah, which in my opinion has really, shouldn't be a negative against the campus that has that person, right?
Right. So that was part of the issue. Then there are teachers that self-select a different campus because they want to teach a different grade level or because they're looking for a change for different reasons. And then there's always the issue of certification. We worked really hard to train teachers at the middle school to have high school level certifications, whether it be in English or in math, because it's hard to fill.
Yeah.
So we kind of use, unfortunately, we sometimes use the middle school as a training ground to earn certifications that aren't readily available at higher. And I see your point, and I'll work with HRC how we can identify which are reassignment district directed and which are reassignment teacher selected.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what you ultimately should be overlaying this with your climate survey, right? And trying to determine where you got potential issues, right? So, yep, got it. Thank you.
And just to provide more information, I asked for this information for several reasons that, we try as a board to hire the best qualified, to have staff that is well qualified. And we make every effort to make sure that we start the year with certified teachers in the areas where we have vacancies, and this year has been quite a different year. We started with a lot of vacancies. We've not been able to find the teachers for the vacancies that we have. But overall, we know that experienced teachers have, the best qualified teachers in regard to instruction. So we're trying to keep those experienced teachers, retain those teachers within the district. And sometimes we see trends happening, as Mr. Smith mentioned, that could be other reasons. It's hard to pinpoint, but I think we need some additional information with this report to actually, match those concerns that we could see in, the trends that we see from a 3-year span. Does everyone understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, because we've had some concerns where many teachers leave a certain campus and they go to another campus for X reasons. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we've reached the agenda where no questions will be asked. I'm sorry, no, the consent agenda where one item will approve all actions. if there's an item here in the consent agenda that you would like to have pulled out, we certainly can either ask questions or deal with it separately from the consent agenda. And we also have the donations, which are quite extensive, like 80 of them. But at this time, if there's anyone that has a question on any item on the consent agenda, again, as I mentioned, one action will approve all items on the consent agenda unless otherwise stated to either pull one of these items out. This time? Yes.
I know no one wants to hear this, but I have just two quick questions
Sure.
on something there.
Questions, Mr. Overfeld?
On 9C for the RF.
9C?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
For the RFQ for the 200, 400 wing. That's the, that was the update that we got in the, was that the one that concerning the update in the board? Update about more than 1% contamination?
No, sir.
No, okay.
No, this one has to do with just the MEP services, mechanical engineering and plumbing.
Okay.
For the 200, 400 renovations. That's all it has to do with.
Okay. Question? Scratch that one then. And then I guess 9F1 for the buses.
Yes, sir.
Because of the new state law, they will come equipped with seatbelts?
The answer is yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. Awesome. All right.
In regard to that item also, are these retrofitted to run with regular gas and propane? Do you know? Uh-oh.
No, but I can find that answer out for you, sir. I don't
Well,
even want to guess
The reason I ask
that.
is more than likely, the newer buses are constructed that way to be retrofitted. I just wonder.
I'll make a note and we'll get that information
Okay.
to you.
Any other item on the consent
Just,
agenda? Mr. Gonzalez?
Les, since we're looking at renovating the nurses, can you find out the acuity level for Calderon Elementary, please?
The what, I'm sorry?
Acuity level. Acuity level. That's for basically the students, what all medical conditions have and what the nurse has to deal with. That way, when we retrofit or upgrade that nurses, we can do it to where it accommodates all their needs based on the students'
Yes, sir.
needs.
Yes, sir. I've already had preliminary conversations with staff on that out there, and we've already taken some of that into account, so.
Great.
I can have more information for you on that too as we move forward with that project.
We have an RN there though, right?
Yes, I believe there is a nurse
She
there,
should have
yes.
the acuity.
Yes.
At this time, to recognize again those individuals that have donated. I know it's a big task.
Abbreviated.
Ms. Secretary? Yes.
Motion
Since
to
there
approve.
there are no other questions on the consent agenda, can we go ahead and entertain a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Overfeld. All those in favor, please indicate raising your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Now, monetary donations, Dario Towing and Wrecker, $700, Blended Academy Robotics.
You're going to cut it short, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Thank you.
Bianca, Bianca Del Rio, $100, Buena Vista Elementary. The Spot and Pro Shop, $240, Buena Vista Elementary Student Council. Bendix, $1,000, Dario High School attendance. Dario Area Development Foundation, $900, Dario High School CTE Culinary. Dario Area Development Foundation, $900, Dario High School Metal Trades. Gerald Prather, $500, Dario High School Metal Trades. Del Rio Area Development Foundation, $1,200, Dario High School Robotics. Robotics Booster Club, $79.90, Dario High School Robotics. Queens Soccer Booster Club, $1,200.12 to Del Rio High School Queens Soccer Team. Live Touch National School Studios, $819.60 to Del Rio High School Student Council. Calderon Elementary PTO, $254.72 to Dr. Fermin Calderon Elementary. The Spot and Pro Shop, $255, Del Rio Fermin Calderon Elementary Student Council. McDonald's $200, Early College High School PALS. Veterans of Foreign Wars $1,000, Garfield Elementary Special Education. Box tops for education $207.20, North Heights Elementary. The Spot and Pro Shop $185, North Heights Elementary Student Council. Live Touch National School Studios $186.10, Roberto Bobby Barrera Elementary STEM Magnet School. Box tops for education $127.40, Ruben Chavira Elementary. And 36 donors contributed a total of $4,064.69 to Del Rio High School cheerleaders. Non-monetary donations. McCoy's Tools and Welding Supplies, estimated value $850, Del Rio High School CTE. The First United Methodist Church, 60 bags of food, estimated value $600, Garfield Elementary. The following were donated to Irene Cardwell Elementary. American GI Forum, clothes and toys, estimated value $110. Amigo Children Dental, clothes and toys, estimated value $300. Amistad Bank and Staff, clothes and toys, estimated value $325. Amistad Physical Therapy Center, clothes and toys, estimated value $159. Ashley Furniture, clothes, toys, shoes, and candy, estimated value $375. Del Rio Bank and Trust, clothes and toys, estimated value $178. Del Rio Host Lions Clubs, clothes and toys, estimated value $250. GMS Tires, clothes, toys, and candy, estimated value $350. Wattis Fleet Service, clothes, shoes, and toys, estimated value $350. Maria Jimenez, toys, estimated value $200. Marty Fluth, clothes, toiletries, and household items, estimated value $75. Monty Concepts, clothes and toys, estimated value $300. Mr. and Mrs. Juan G. Barrera Jr., clothes and toys, estimated value $300. Osvaldo Lopez, clothes and toys, estimated value $750. Paul Martinez, clothes and toys, estimated value $75. San Felipe Del Rio CISD, clothes and toys, estimated value $800. Texas Department of Public Safety, air mattress, linens, clothes, and toys, estimated value $1,000. The Bank and Trust, clothes and toys, estimated value $410. The Money Box, clothes and toys, estimated value $59. United States Probation, clothes and household items, estimated value $275. Vanessa Salas Photography, clothes and toys, estimated value $250. And to Lamar Elementary Central Church of Christ, 90 bags of snacks, estimated value $346.50. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're grateful again to all the people that contributed, either monetary or, again, goods that provided for our students and our staff. This time we're down to administration on the agenda. Item 10A, consideration to approve board participation in the It's Time Texas Community Challenge. Sandra Hernandez.
Good evening, Mr. Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The It's Time Texas Community Challenge is an 8-week competition that unites and mobilizes schools, businesses, organizations towards the common goal of transforming our community's health. It's actually presented by HEB, and this year's Community Challenge began on January 7th and runs through March the 3rd. The District SHAC Committee has mobilized our district community into taking this pledge. In fact, Del Rio is currently ranked 11th statewide in this challenge, and the district is ranked 3rd among other statewide participating districts. So to earn challenge points for our community, we're encouraging the school board to also take the pledge and declare your support by signing the pledge and uploading a picture of the group with the pledge, which we'll do right prior to going into closed session, but you have a copy of the pledge. And when we get ready to do that, we'll have everyone to stand and have a bottle of water and take a picture with that pledge. So that will earn points towards our district and towards our community in the It's Time Challenge competition.
Wonderful. I think this is a great time. I don't know if Nini qualifies for that or not, but a lot of things are happening with the SHAC committee, and I'm glad that they're promoting healthy activities throughout the district, and we're ranked 11th for that reason, that a lot of things are going on with promoting great activities. And so,
Yes, sir.
it is, what is the recommendation of administration?
Yes, sir. The recommendation is of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve taking the It's Time Texas Community Challenge Pledge.
Okay, board members, you've heard the challenge. Is there a motion, Mr. Smith? Is there a second, Mr. Contreras? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Great.
Now we're going to hear item 10B, the abbreviated consideration to approve first reading of TASB Update 112, affecting policies BGA local, CCG local, CCGA local, CH local, CQ local, CV local, CDB local, CH local, CIA local, FMA local, FNG local, GF local, GKA local, and GKB local. Sandra Nunes.
Thank you, sir. I'm not going to mention all of them, but there are 14 local policies that are being recommended for consideration and approval through TASB Update 112. The update focuses on updating several policies to better align with the legal policies, which were affected by changes in law or administrative rule, or for organizational and restructuring purposes. In BJA local, formatting revisions were recommended to improve accessibility for individuals with disabilities. For consistency with recoding of legal provisions, the district's local policy provisions on exemptions and payments of ad valorem taxes have been moved from CCG to CCGA, and that is part of the restructuring of that series. Due to this realignment, CCG local is then being recommended for deletion because it's moved to that other policy. The changes to FBB legal prompted changes to CH local, addressing procurement requirements for federal funds if federal funds are involved in a purchase, and acknowledge that any rejection of bids or proposals shall be in accordance with state and federal law, as some purchase with federal funds may require a sound, documented reason for rejecting a bid. In CV local, it was also impacted by changes to FBB legal. It addresses purchasing requirements for federal funds as a reminder that if federal funds are involved in the contract, other requirements may be applicable. The text was added at CQ local to comply with state law and the rules for adopted by the Department of Information Resources for the practice of accepting electronic signatures. Reorganization of provisions in DCB local is recommended to better distinguish the provisions applicable when SBEC requires certification versus when the district requires certification. An adjustment clarifies that when the district requires SBEC certification for a position, only full-time professional employees in those positions are entitled to a term contract. A provision previously at DIA local is being moved to DH local, subjecting employees to discipline for making false claims of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, or refusing to participate in an investigation. Along with the provision change to DIA, the word sex has been added and included into the statement of non-discrimination. In FMA local, recommended revisions clarify that the district and campus publications are under the district's control, and school-sponsored publications approved by a principal and published by students are part of the instructional program. A new rule at GKA legal affects 3 different policies, local policies. They are FNG, GF, and GKA local. The revisions to GKA local clarify that a district official will give a person who's refused entry to or rejected from a property under the district's control written information explaining the right to appeal and explain the relevant complaint timeline. And a paragraph addressing the 90-day timeline to address the board has been added to the FNG local and GF local policies. And finally, in line with the current case law, recommended revisions to the advertising provisions in GKB local, specify when a district may reject advertising. New provisions are also recommended to clarify that a district's acknowledgement of sponsorships and donations may be in the manner the district deems appropriate, and that the district retains full editorial control.
Questions
And
from board
that's-
members? Several of us serve on the policy committee, and we've never seen so many changes at one committee meeting. But these are all, a lot of them are just, wording and things that come from the update itself. Any questions? Recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of TASB Policy Update 112.
Further recommendation, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Okay, first, Mrs. Webb, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10C, consideration to approve first and final reading of localized policy update affecting DCE local employment practices, other types of contracts. Sandra Hernandez.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It is an annual practice that the administration reviews the DCE local policy for recommended changes, which includes updating the district's current positions where a non-Chapter 21 contract is to be issued. The district is recommending several additions and deletions within this policy.
Question from board members? None? Recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first and final reading of DCE local and the recommended revisions to this policy as recommended by the Policy Review Committee.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Overfeld, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Item 10E, consideration to approve submittal of National Incident-Based Reporting System Grants Application. Dwayne Maldonado.
Good evening, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The District Police Department is requesting consideration to approve the submittal of a grant application for the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. The estimated cost of the reporting system would be approximately $101,000, which would be covered 100% by the grant. There would be an approximate $1,500 annual fee for service and maintenance beginning on the second year. Implementation would allow for an established computerized reporting system, allowing for more effective case management, computerized dispatch records, and updated evidence tracking information. Are there any questions?
Questions from board members? Mr. Contreras?
No.
No questions? Anybody else?
No, I'm good.
Recommendation, sir.
It is the recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the submittal of the application to the Office of the Governor, Public Safety Office, Criminal Justice Division, National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS grant.
You've heard the recommendation. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Contreras, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We're down to item 10F, discussion possible action to release RFQ, request for qualifications for general counsel. And I have this on the agenda. Just wanted to share a couple of things. Having served at the state level with TASB for 4 years, 12 years on this board, I have never seen a board that has brought up the fees for legal counsel. And I think as this board explores every expense that we have on the budget, it is a big line item. What I have seen and what I encourage board members, because of my experience at the state level, is that we have so many evolving, I guess, issues that have come up lately, and I see the active participation of legal counsel now at our state convention. You will see them at your next conference, which is the Winter Governance Conference in Galveston. I would like for you to pay particular attention to the attorneys that are presenting there. It used to be where we would go to long conferences, myself and some of the other board members that might not be here. And the two issues that always came up was special education and transportation. Now, it seems like we have issues like cyberbullying, we have transgender issues, we have use of technology and misuse of technology, and factors that we had not seen before, items that had not been brought up before. And so there's ever an evolving social media. And every time I think of social media, we have one that has not been addressed in our area, and that's with radio stations from across the border, for example, giving information that might not be accurate, causing us to apply for a waiver day for attendance. And so many things come up, but I think to be transparent, and because we're learning so well the budget process, I think it would be in our favor to call for a request for qualifications, which then we would have legal counsel in general turn in an application. And so we would ask for presentations and then make a decision as to, to stay with legal counsel we have now or go with another legal counsel. But I think 12 years is a long time that I think I'm on my 12th year to serve on the board and not ask for information, because quite frankly, my first year in my, when I went to my first budget session, I asked, what do we pay for attorneys? And that's a question you're going to have to ask locally. Well, it all depends. I think if we were to ask that question, every year it would be different. It's dependent on the request that we make of our legal counsel. But at the same time, when we ask for requests for qualifications, we actually interview the people that would apply and then make a decision as a board, either to retain who we have now or go with a new legal counsel. But I think there's no requirement for competitive bidding on legal counsel. There's no requirement for that. But I think my concern would be to be transparent to the public, and not only that, I think with the fact now that there's so many evolving issues that come before us legally, we're getting a lot of information from the presenters at conferences that are attorneys. And so that has caught my attention now that there's an ever-present evolving change every year from those legal matters that come up before us that we had never seen before. It's now not just transportation or special education. There are many other issues that come now before us. And so I think we need to stay abreast of what is changing out there and get the best legal counsel, and also find out how much we're actually paying. I think those questions are relevant. And so all I'm requesting is that we put out an RFQ, and then as a group, once they submit their intentions, then we would narrow down the applicants and then ask for interviews by the board. Discussion?
Yeah, well, I got a few comments. I mean, first question is, what would this entail as far as time for the district?
We would have to.
I guess this is for Mr. Rios.
Oh, okay.
So to go out and solicit these RFQs from I'm assuming multiple different council type suppliers, whatever, to go design the request to start with, and then after you get them back, what would that entail as far as time for the district?
This is a different type of RFQ in that I believe it wouldn't be a good idea to have administration evaluate it. The first thing that would have to happen is that we would have to agree on the actual RFQ document. So I would have to go out and look for RFQs that have been used by other districts when they solicit counsel, and present those to the board with a recommendation. Seems to be the most comprehensive. That would take a little bit of work, not too much. Let's just say half a day's work, whoever I assign it to, Sandra. But then the issue comes about grading the RFQ to narrow it down. Let's say that we have 10 law firms apply. That process then does become time-consuming. My recommendation would be that you allow me to pay an attorney 5 hours' work to narrow it down, so that it's about, but then the board has to agree to interview finalists. It can't, because council reports to the board. It should not be the superintendent that makes the recommendation, hey,
Sure.
go with this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So really the biggest time would be the board's time, because y'all would have to set aside a workshop to interview the finalists.
Okay.
For administration, I'd say it's a day's work at most. For y'all, it's an intensive day's work, and at a minimum, a day's work.
All right, so a couple of questions tied to that. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got current legal counsel that is, I don't know what he's got, 20 years representing the district. I don't know, what is it?
Not that much. He was before Mr.
20, 25 years, something.
Yes, sir, not with the same firm, but in the firms that he's worked for, he himself as an individual probably does have that many years.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of legacy knowledge that's tied to that, and then connected to that is how many times has he failed the district to the point to where the district or the board to the point to where we felt like that we needed to explore the other options. I don't know of a time, at least in my short 3 years of tenure, that we've questioned his integrity or his execution on what he's representing us to do. So I'm not really in favor of going and diving into something that's not broken, my opinion. When we've got that much loyalty from his side and from the district standpoint, legacy knowledge that he knows about us, I don't get it. I don't get why we would be soliciting. Makes no sense to me. Why would we go chase a different football coach if we had a winning year last year? We had a losing year, so we went and solicited, right? So that, I get that, makes sense, but I don't know that I've lost anything from our current council, but my opinion.
And if I can give you, I guess, more information on my perspective, and if I were to ask, for example, let's say the last 3 leaders on this board and what we paid, it depends on the request that we make. Because sometimes if we say we want a policy only for us, well, it's hard to design a policy that doesn't fit other district. Usually, this is why the policies are brought up and changes are made, because legally it has to be abide for everyone. And so if we ask for a certain task, they'll say, yes, we can do it, but we're going to charge you a fee. If we over exceed, normally they allow you so many phone calls, and then after that, you're on time. And so it's a learning experience. I think it would be a learning experience for the board, what we're being charged for and what we're not being charged for. I think the discussion that we had, for example, on the issue of insurance, it was a discovery for everyone. I never did know that, our expenses to our, let's say, already regional would multiply 3 times, and yet some of those procedures could have been negotiated. And I still haven't gotten all the answers yet, but as we delve into the budget, this is where we learn more by asking those questions. Because we saw that the amount tripled in 1 year from 1 year to the next. Many factors that we heard. Well, they're collecting from past years, and so now it's showing up. Well, and then the fact that we could have negotiated some procedures, and we didn't, and so those are questions that come up. But quite frankly, I have a lot of questions when it comes to legal fees, because all I see is when we're calling, I see a jumbotron with the seconds ticking, and how much are we being charged per minute once you exceed the hours that they give you. And I don't know what those hours are, but it's a learning experience that we have. I have, on my 12 years on the board, have never seen that. And also there are other factors. I think the fact that we might have heard retirement, we might have heard semi-retirement, but I know that when you reach a certain age, I mean, you do have to retire at some point, and so we're kind of in that area. But more than that, I think the participation in active conferences catches my attention more, because these are new things that are coming up in the legal field. And so I think it would be a great learning experience for all of us, even if we retain the same legal counsel.
Maybe so. I'm not sure that I'm willing to go explore all these other options when I don't feel like we've got a problem today. I mean, are we trying to say our current legal counsel is not staying current with state and federal laws? I don't buy that, not one bit.
No, but, and I can tell you frankly that at one point, I commented to our legal counsel that great job on the school conference, because UT puts on a great law conference. And I highly recommend that board members attend that. And he was called from the audience to present on an issue that came up. And for him to be called, I mean, he was an expert in that area. And so I commented to him like, man, that was great. It was wonderful. I didn't expect that.
So you don't believe our current legal counsel is staying up on current issues?
No, I think I have great things to say about legal counsel, but I think I'm seeing a lot of more aggressiveness in other firms that are doing volunteering above and beyond to present at the conferences that we have. And
Well,
issues.
a conference is one thing, but execution is another thing. I mean, totally different subjects.
Yes, but that would be the time to ask for us, like, what's wrong with asking, who else do you represent? What areas of expertise do you have? How many staff members do you have? And questions that come up like that. Yes.
Can I say a word?
Yes,
I
sure.
think I've gone through the interview process with the city, looking at attorneys and hiring attorneys. And one of the things that at the time is the attorneys having a retainer fee. As far as, I know you expressed the time limit as far as number of phone calls, you can time. That in itself, if you look at our attorney now, you charge us for just about everything. If you had a retainer fee, you could call them, and it wouldn't be such the price tag. Also, I don't know how much the school district has gone into legal battles, but as far as farming out certain issues, whether the firm or himself can represent us, or was he going to farm out in certain issues? Can he represent us in depositions? If he had to do a deposition on somebody, would he do it, or would he farm it out? And then accessibility, as far as I know that currently, I think only the president and the superintendent can access him. However, I come from the city where anybody can go to the attorney for a specific question, and it's not going to cost us anything. And to me, that's what I would be looking for in the attorney, to where any of us at any given time, if we have a question, we can approach the attorney and ask him without having to worry about, well, is it going to cost us more? Because at this point, not only can we not call him, but if we do, it's going to cost us. So there's different issues. I do recommend that we go out for an RFQ, for requests, but we look at certain things, As far as accessibility, depositions, how much will he farm out? And then, you know, the times are changing. There is a lot of more legal battles out there for any little things that maybe back 5, 10 years, we wouldn't have been sued for. Today, tomorrow, we can be sued for what we're saying today. You know, we don't know. So I think it would behoove us if we go out and just look at what's out there as far as firms or attorneys.
Anyone else want to comment?
No, I'm not sure that I totally understand everything Mr. Contreras said. I mean, when you say we're not allowed to reach out, I don't
Right now,
know.
if you want to ask an attorney, you have to call TASB because they provide free attorneys, right? But you can't call our current one because only the president and the superintendent can call him. And if they do, it's going to cost them. It's not free.
That is correct. TASB has their legal department. You can ask any question any
Sure.
time.
Yeah,
And,
I got that.
with the local board here, it's the president that's the spokesman for the board. And so any legal question that would come up, if we go into executive, there's a question that comes up, I would have to be the one to call him. But we can all discuss that there, but I would be the one to reach out to him.
Per what?
For any question.
Yeah, but per what direction? I mean, this isn't something that's restricted by the attorney. This is something that's restricted by the board. Somebody in this Board of 8 made this decision, right? We can change that in a heartbeat. Has nothing to do with the contract. No state law says that you're the only guy on this board that can call our legal counsel. That just makes no sense. Am I wrong?
No, that's the way it is right now.
It's the way it's.
The
That's
way
the way
what
it
is, the law? Or
Dr.
the
Rios?
board decision?
Mr. Smith, it's a decision that historically has been in place to avoid escalated fees.
That's fine.
But it's the
but that's
board's
not what
decision.
Mr. Contreras is saying. He's saying this is something that if we change the attorneys, I can call them. That's not, it's two different subjects.
The bottom line is if you call, you will be charged, and that's just why, when a legal matter
I get
comes
that.
up.
That's something that you can negotiate with the person we have today. I don't know what's broken with this. It's just not broken. Why don't we go fix it? It's not something that I'm interested in investing time and effort into something that's not frickin' broke.
And that's fine. I hear your discussion. The only thing is, I think it's a learning matter because, again, there's always questions, and we're fine-tuning to the point now where we're looking at the budget, every line item, and that's a big line item. What are we paying? If I were to ask, and I started to mention, for the last 3 leaders on the board, what we have paid under that leadership, it all depends on the questions and a lot of times the experience that you might have. Because I hear what Mr. Contreras is saying, for example, that the city operates, they have a local there. It used to be where we had our local here. I remember, and I mentioned to Dr. Rios, we had our local attorney sitting there in the front, and most of the questions had to do with parliamentarian questions. Did I make that motion? How can I amend that motion? Nothing with legal. And so now the specialization is on matters related to the school. TASB just had last week a boot camp for attorneys specializing in school law. This is from TASB headquarters because there's so many changes that have occurred and that are still occurring. But we are so different from the city that they have their attorney there at every meeting. We could request the attorney to be here and at a cost. And, we could request him when we have a grievance. And, he's available to be here to represent us if we need that person at a cost. But a lot of times we don't know what the final cost is. And so this is a learning experience for us to know, what are the costs? How many hours do we get for phone calls, if any? What is the legal, the retainer fee per year? In my 12 years on the board, I don't know those questions, but I sure would like to ask during the interview. or what other districts do you represent? You know, and who would be the representative from your firm to be, you know, available for us? Many questions, but I think it's more than anything, I think the fact remains that, you know, we are an active board. We are questioning, you know, items on the agenda, and we are attending conferences, but I think we need to be, you know, more observant in who's presenting and what the issues are, because they're ever changing. And that's all.
Mr. Mesa,
Yeah.
would that be something you would ask current council, those questions that you have? Couldn't you ask the current council that we have about the fees and the things that are happening now? I mean, are they up to date? Couldn't you sit down and have that talk with them as well before you reach out? Or, you know, before we decide to reach out and interview other legal counsels, that some you can sit down and.
And that's a good question, but I don't have any base
Right.
because we've only had one.
Right. So could you reach out to him and ask, you know, let's just, you know, start over kind of and say, hey, what are the legal fees? And, you know, sit down and have that conversation with him and about the retention and stuff like, I guess that's what I'm asking. Because I do understand Mr. Smith is where he's coming from, but, you know, I think we should have that conversation with our current counsel to see, you know, what they provide for us before we reach out to somebody totally different. And that's just my
Yeah,
thought.
no, it's a good question, but I don't have any basis.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because we've never gone out for requests.
Mr. Mesa, do you think we can have the last 5 years that we've paid into the current legal counsel and then compare it to other districts, what they've paid? That way we can see before we go?
Well,
I mean, that way we can get a true picture of how much we're actually paying this
Well,
person or this entity and then compare it to other districts. and
Mr.
we can
Contreras,
see-
that's a good question. The only thing, there's so many factors because, again, it all depends on the leader of this group because they might have some background information, for example, on policies. At one time, you know, we were asking a policy that nobody had. And so immediate response was, we cannot do that. If we have this policy, it has to be for everyone, not just a certain group. But I'll go back and I'll rewrite the policy. And so that's where we get, you know, again, a big bill.
Yeah, but we can also say the same thing about other districts. They were probably they were given a policy that we haven't seen. So we can mix and match, but at the end of the day, if we're gonna.
I like
look at
Mr.
the numbers,
Contreras' idea. When you got 5 years worth of data.
5 years worth of data.
That's a
on what we
fair
paid
amount of data
compared
to
to
see
the
if you even got a reason to go solicit. I mean, I don't want to go solicit a bunch of proposals if there's no reason, but that's a valid reason. If you got 5 years worth of data and you compare and make an analysis and say, yeah, we're getting overcharged, we're getting screwed. Makes totally good sense to go back and revisit it. But today, I don't see anything that's broken, not one subject that's broken.
Well, and again, as I mentioned, this is more of a learning.
I got
Because
that.
we don't know.
I got that. So Mr. Contreras has just put out an option that we can go get that learning for free. Makes sense to me.
The last 5 years?
Yeah. Take the last 5 years' data and make a comparison. If it tells you a story, then it does. If it doesn't, then let's just go on.
But what do you compare it to?
What do you mean?
What do you compare it
What
to?
he just asked you. He asked you if we can gather the data from other districts and compare it against our cost.
From other
and see
districts.
and see if there's a variance. And if there's a variance, that could be in our favor or it could be against us. But we got
So-
some data to work with. Everything that you've talked about is elusive. There's no reason to go chase it.
There certainly is, sir, because we've heard, for example, with semi-retirement, and so at one point.
Yeah, okay, so how old are you? I mean, at the end of the day, we are getting old, but I mean, if we got to replace somebody, that's fine, we go do that. He's got a staff that can replace him tomorrow.
Well, and again, I'm bringing this as a discussion, possible action
I got it,
item.
and all
If
I'm
we-
saying is I oppose it, and I've given the reasons, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay, then
Makes no sense to me.
I
It's
will make a
It's
motion.
an effort that we're going to invest in, and I think we got other dogs to hunt that are more blatant in our face right now. We've been talking about those all evening.
I will make a motion that we go out for request for qualifications for legal counsel. We'll entertain a motion for that request. Anyone making the motion?
I would prefer before we go the data.
Okay. Well, that's fine, no motion. Then we will request information for the last 5 years. Would that be possible, Dr. Rios? Do you understand what the request would be?
Yes, sir. I understand what the request will be, and I will certainly work with other attorneys to help me craft a design so that it's fair, and that way there's no perception of biasness. And I'll definitely report to the board. We are going to be at a conference this week, so I would just like for the board to allow me at least between now and the next board meeting to gather the data, just because I know that our time is going to be consumed with, one, this conference, two, with the potential rezoning. So if you'll allow me just 30 days between now and the next
Sure.
meeting, I'll gather as much information as I can and inform the board during the process.
That's fine. If you need more time, I don't think there's an urgency to do it in 30 days. Would that be
Yep.
okay?
Absolutely.
Then if we need to extend the time, because there's so many things going on, I think 60 days is fine. Would that be okay with the board? Then that's what we'll do. Gather more information and then bring this back to a discussion.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we will go on to item 11, curriculum instruction. Consideration to approve submittal of grant application to the Texas Education Agency for the Reading Excellence in Academies Development READ Grant, or Academies, rather. Ida Gomez.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm going to excuse myself just because I've got class first thing in the morning, so I'm going to excuse myself from the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Orfeld will be leaving this meeting. Ida Gomez.
Yes, President Mesa, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. We are asking for consideration to approve submittal of a grant application to the Texas Education Agency for the Reading Excellence in Academies Development READ Grant. We did view a webinar in January. I did send a board communique about 2 weeks ago. This grant is a very quick grant. It is due on March 1st, and it basically would fit right along with our reading literacy initiative. What it consists of is a cohort of 60 teachers. There would be 36 teachers from kinder through 3rd grade and 24 teachers from 4th through 5th grade. That cohort of 60 teachers would be led by one literacy coach. The grant would fully fund the literacy coach who would be working with TEA throughout the year. She would get the resources, curriculum, and materials to bring back to the cohort. It's a very structured 15-month program. Our 60 teachers would travel once in the summer for a summer summit, and then the literacy coach would be getting the training throughout the year and bringing it back. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Questions from board members? Ms. Webb?
How will the teachers be selected?
That, we have a 60 of them. That is going to be available to all 8 elementary campuses, Mrs. Webb, but we are going to have to give them the dates for the travel. That's usually what makes or breaks something like this, as far as them being a part of the cohort. Doesn't mean they won't get the training later, but as far as being a part of the cohort. There's not an application process of any manner. We are recommending that the cluster leaders become a part of it, because we do know that they do lead a lot of the planning at the campus. The grant does ask for approval of the literacy coach. In other words, once we make a recommendation, we do have to submit a resume along with other documents, and they do have to approve that person is qualified. The 60 teachers just have to have a commitment letter saying that they are interested in the 15 months.
So is there, why did they set it for 15 months? Usually it's 12 months.
Probably because it's starting this summer and they wanted to go through till next summer.
And they range from 200,000.
Yes, sir, from 200 to 230,000. The travel and the stipends, every teacher that does participate will receive a $1,500 stipend at the end of the completion period of 15 months.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Would you read the recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration of the Board of Trustees approve the submittal of the application to the Texas Education Agency for the Reading Excellence and Academies Development Grant in the effort to afford teachers the opportunity to participate in professional development focused on expanding their knowledge, understanding, and systematic use of effective, research-based, and scientifically validated reading instruction methods for students.
You've read the recommendation. I want to entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 12, we have no item 12. Item 13, business and finance. Item 13A, discussion possible action to request proposals for banks to serve as a depository to assist with banking functions from funds for the district. Henry Arredondo.
Good evening, board members, Secretary Gonzalez, Dr. Rios, Vice President Guanajuato Webb, and President Mesa. At the end of the school year, the current contract will expire with the current depository bank, which is Texas Community Bank. Okay, we bring this item forth. You have an option to extend another 2-year term, or you can go out and seek proposals. So a proposal doesn't mean you're changing. It just means you're going to seek, see what's out there in the market. You're requesting information from anybody that's interested in exchanging information and offer their services in the future.
Questions from board members? Dr. Rios, is there a recommendation from administration?
Mr. Mesa, we engaged in this conversation because obviously the contract was going to come to an end. From the administration, we've provided the board the interest rates that have been earned, the services that have been provided, and it's kind of right along the lines of the argument or discussion on the previous item. Because our interest rates and earnings have increased, because we've established a relationship with this bank, it's difficult for me to just, based on that simple data, to make a recommendation. However, the contract is over, and it is time to make a decision whether we're going to bid it or extend it. And I would just hope to get some direction from the board as to what we should consider, and that's why we shared information with y'all in advance.
The question that I have is, it was my understanding that there were procedures that were established with our new depository that it's ending, the contract is ending, that we did not have before?
No, sir. The rebid with the previous institution, I believe that we extended it a number of years. Now, I also believe that in the new law, it limits the extension to 3 2-year terms. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so there is a change in the law that will limit the extension to 3 2-year terms.
And so an extension would just be no harm, no foul, nothing changes, interest rates are the same, life goes on, and we got how much time? But the 2 years, or is that
2 years.
option every year?
We would extend for another 2 years.
That would be 2 years, a 2-year extension.
It'd be 2 years before we could make the decision to do this again.
That is correct.
Okay. And this is due, what did you say the date was? That it was,
At the current contract expires at the end of this school year.
at the end of the school year, so we got a couple, 3 months to really make a determination.
No, sir. We don't, because from the time that we issue the RFP.
RFP?
This is an RFP, not an RFQ. To the time that it's received, advertised, received, evaluated, that we comply with state requirements, we really do not have time. I don't believe we even have time for 1 more month to wait. If it's going to be issued, I believe, unless Ms. Johnson, you've done this before, unless I'm wrong, I think that the time is of the essence. I don't even know that we can wait 1 month. Do you have any different insight, ma'am? So would it be fair to say that we have, if the board chooses to rebid, that we rebid no later than March or no later than February? So this would be the last time the board can take action, if we are to yes.
Any other questions from board members?
Well, one of the concerns is potentially losing what we're making right now off the interest. When we put it out for an RFP, we run a chance we're not going to get what we're making now. You know, whatever the case may be, and it goes back into the same argument we had earlier. You know, the dollar amount. Are we going to potentially lose $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 we're making now, and we want to take a chance that whenever that RFP comes in, we're not going to have that. You know, I mean.
All right.
Anyone else? Ms. Gonzalez? Amy?
I'd be glad to make a recommendation.
Mr.
That
Smith?
recommendation is just to renew that for 2 years. I mean,
There's a recommendation to extend for 2 years with our current depository. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Contreras, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 13B, consideration to approve the agreement for collection of taxes between San Felipe Doro CISD and the County of Val Verde. Mr. Arredondo.
Okay, this item, the contract has expired. It expired in February. However, you do have an additional 30 days unless you give notice to the county, to Val Verde County, that you're not going to go into an agreement. So they're still collecting your taxes. They're still doing everything. We bring this forth because it has expired. The county has already taken this contract to the county commissioners, and they have approved to agree to provide the services again.
Which the fee structure would remain the same at 1%.
It's 1%. It's you know, if you look at what it would take to set up a department to do that, it would be probably 2-3 times that.
Right. We've done that in the past where we had our own collection agency and required some staffing and office and so forth. Okay, questions from board members?
I know I had a question when we met this
Mr.
earlier.
Contreras.
Did the attorney was able to look at the three clauses the new contract they came up with? I know I had questions, I mean, because it just seemed that contract is to the best interest of the county, not to us, and for them to put those new clauses in there has to be a reason.
Dr. Rios?
Were you able to? Yes, sir. The clauses were just responses to legal requirements. Mr. Arrondo may be able to recall exactly what those legal requirements were, but they do not change any of the substantive parts of the contract or the contractual obligations or the fees. They were simply responses to laws, just like we have our board policy changes responding to legal policy.
Then the recommendation from administration, sir?
So the recommendation is to have the superintendent approve this contract, to be able to sign it.
I believe it's on page 118. I don't know if you have it or not.
Let me get to that point here. Contracts, I'm sorry. Here you go. Got it right here. Okay, I'll read the recommendation. This is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve for the superintendent to sign the agreement for the collection of property taxes by the County of Val Verde on behalf of the SFDR CISD for a fee of 1% of the current and delinquent taxes collected on behalf of the school district.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. That will entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 13C, consideration to approve the commitment of fund balance and budget amendment to the general fund in the amount of $600,000 for cafeteria renovations at Dorio High School and purchase order over $25,000 with Kissling Architects Incorporated in the amount of $25,000 plus reimbursable expenses for preliminary architectural services. Les Henge.
I'm sorry, I'll present that, sir. First, I'd like to share a correction. The memo reads fund balance, and it could stay that way because at the end of the day, it's the same pot of money. But the Board of Trustees did allocate $1 million to construction, so it doesn't have to come out of fund balance. At the end of the day, that money would go back into fund balance if we use that. So some of it does have to do with semantics, but the board specifically did allocate $1 million for construction so that we can begin to address what was not possible with the bond issue. So you have that $1 million also from the operations budget in working with the department on the forecasted expenses. You know, we have reduced some of those expenses, whether they have to do with AC work at Cardwell, which we indicated we were not going to do, painting, et cetera. So I just don't want anybody to be distracted by fund balance. Our recommendation would be that that money be used from the $1 million that the board set aside for construction needs.
It didn't sound right from fund balance. Okay. We've heard the where the commitment of funds are coming from. This is the $1 million allocated budget for construction.
Mr. President,
Questions? Mr. Contreras?
Yes, sir. If this was the renderings they had earlier, one of the things that caught my attention is it was not to include that ugly popcorn ceiling it has, because that was additional to my understanding, and that's one of the things that you know, for me, I would want to address, simply because God knows what's in there, if the studies, if it has asbestos, all that area or not. You know, we might end ourselves, well, we might be looking at 600,000 right now. We find something that's going to skyrocket that price, then we're going to go above that $1 million. Just trying to remove this stuff.
Dr. Rios?
So that would only be possible because in this construction plan, the ceiling is not touched. We committed to the operations committee to bring back information, so we're gonna do some testing. And if there is no asbestos, or there is asbestos, we would share additional costs with the board if we were to change the ceiling. But that would be an addition to the project. At this point, because the ceiling is not gonna be touched, whether there is asbestos or not does not change the scope of this project. However, we will provide information so that if it is affordable, we could come up with a different solution to make it more appropriate to the renovations. But at this point, we're only asking for what was presented. Obviously, we still have to bring the construction drawings forward for your approval. But we're not talking about the ceiling at this point until we can get more price. We just know that if we're to do this, we've been talking about it because we wanted to get it done this summer to move along with the 1 and 2 and 3 year plan.
Can we at least paint it? I mean, because if you look at the ceiling, it's kind of brown in some areas.
We'll do as much as we can, sir, without increasing the burden on the budget.
So Mr. Contreras and I talked about this in our meeting last week, but at the end of the day, that popcorn ceiling is horrible. But my question is, and I don't remember, we were talking about eliminating the stage in that area. That wall doesn't go all the way to the ceiling?
The glass wall would go all the way to the ceiling.
The existing current walls that are there, they don't go all the way to the ceiling? Or they just?
Right now, they don't. No, sir, they don't.
Okay, no worries. I just trying to understand how you can not get into that ceiling.
Yeah, but those walls, for whatever reason, it's just one big mall area, and they do not touch the ceiling.
So I agree. When are we going to test that popcorn?
I know that Mr. Hensley's had some people out there already.
Yes, we're working right now with our consultants to get that testing done, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Documentation that we found so far shows that there was some form of asbestos abatement that was done back in the early 80s on that ceiling. So we're hopeful right now that we're going to be in good shape, but we are going to get another test done just to make sure.
Okay. Yeah, and I didn't want to go out on a ledge, but I remember discussions with a operations officer a few years back where he assured me that ceiling had been abated, but it was a word of mouth, so I would rather confirm it with a test.
Yes. And that's the approach we're taking.
Okay, so the recommendation, please. Any other questions? I think we're done with questions.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approves the TRE construction allotment amount, or in the amount of $600,000 for the cafeteria renovations at Del Rio High School, and purchase order over $25,000 with Kissling Architects Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $25,000 plus reimbursable expenses.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation from administration. I entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Contreras, seconded by Mr. Smith. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
We're
you.
down to item 14A, Human Resources. Consideration to approve employee job description evaluation forms for the following: supervisor payroll, update director budget, reclassification from coordinator budget, substitute teacher update, aide physical education new, journeyman plumber update. Aide Garcia.
Good evening again. President Mesa, we request to move up items 14C and 14D since they directly impact items 14A and 14B.
Okay.
If items C and D are not approved, then it doesn't require change to the job description, so.
Okay,
that's
so
why we're doing that.
we are moving items B, C, and D.
Just C and D.
C and D. Excuse me. Okay, so we will If it pleases the board, we will now do 14C. Consideration to approve the addition of position for special population administrator for the special ed department.
Mr. Mesa, if I may just provide a little bit of background information. During the last two board meetings, we discussed the position of a special population administrator to the special education department. In the last meeting, the board asked us to consider what other districts were doing in terms of these populations. We looked extensively at different districts, and we provided what I would consider a comprehensive report to the board that clearly shows the multiple layers of assistance that students in what they consider high-risk environments receive. If there's any questions about that report, Dr. Aguirre and Ms. Ida Gomez, who worked with staff to put that report together, can provide some answers. If not, we're ready for a recommendation.
Any questions from board members regarding that issue?
Yes.
Mr. Contreras?
What is that special education department? Because within the last 2 meetings we've had, this is gonna be our 5th slot that we add into that special education. So what is the job of that special education, what is it? Special population administrator?
Dr. Rios, or?
Yes, sir. I'll provide the answer. The district has multiple units throughout the district, whether it's life skills units at different locations, behavior units here at Garfield, 2 of them, autism units, and the same at the high school. We have them throughout the district. The campus principals assist with some of the administration of the units, but it really requires a full-time person that provides multiple services, whether it be responding to the arts, responding to the training, management that requires management beyond the classroom, whether it be discipline or otherwise, coordination with different services. There's a huge need right now at Garfield, and we have somebody there temporarily. We hope to come up with some real solutions so that then that person can be freed up to assist in the supervision of the other units and the needs of those units. Because, as I mentioned earlier today in the other presentation, the requirements of the leadership teams at the campus, ranging from the counselor to the nurse to the assistant principals, are many. And unfortunately, and oftentimes, the needs of these units aren't met. And it's not by choice or willful action. It's just that there is a significant amount of attention that they need to either organize activities, reorganize activities, or even coordinate with parents. I do believe that in the lawsuits that the district has experienced, they have come from units. And I'm not guaranteeing that these lawsuits could have been avoided by having somebody overseeing it, but I do strongly believe that the attention given to them would have gone a long way in resolving a lot of these issues ahead of time. I believe there's a clear need, and I believe that other districts have plenty of people to assist with these needs. And finally, I'll just say, unfortunately, the number of kids, the number of our students identified, not just ours across the state, that are identified, whether it be with autism, other social emotional needs, has drastically increased over the past few years. I wish I knew why, so that we could go after the reason rather than our response to it.
I don't know, I honestly have concerns because it's just, and I mentioned it last time, it just seems we're just adding layer after layer of employees. We change the name, we add a name. and we're playing a part into this need, and without really evaluating the actual program itself and what the actual, each employee does and how much actual work each employee does. I mean, it just seems, next meeting, you're gonna come up with another meeting, another name and another need on the same department. I mean, at what point do we actually evaluate the special ed department and look at what they're doing and what individuals are doing? Because once again, this is gonna be the third meeting where we add another individual, another employee into this department. And if the need is there, fine, but validate the actual need for this, for these employees that we're adding.
And I know, Mr. Contreras, that the TASB Lone Star magazine has had some information in regard to special ed, because there used to be a cap. And I think that is what, you know, the state got in trouble because they pretty much proposed a cap. Certain percentage of students, you couldn't be over that in the special ed population of enrollment. And so less students were entered into the special ed program because of that cap. And then all of a sudden the state of Texas got in trouble for having a limited number of students enrolled that needed special attention, special needs. And now that number has increased. And we don't know to what end, because the numbers are growing. I know that that is what the whole state is experiencing, and I hear that throughout my directors with the slate of TASB directors. Yep. Dr. Rios?
Yeah, I just want to make a point to the entire board. When we consider the needs of the district, we consider the needs of the district. I'm 100% for trimming down where we can. And the amount of work that we have assumed by reducing positions, you know, our own cabinet did not replace 2 positions. So I want to reassure the board that our entire department, our entire organization is about trimming down where we can. And by example, I've certainly led that. And so have everybody else that's present here tonight. Everybody has assumed more duties because we are committed to cutting where we can. But I strongly believe that for our special populations, and then the most severe needs within that special population, this is what I would venture to say the greatest need. I would put this need above the overworked diagnosticians, the co-teach needs in the classroom, because this is our most vulnerable population. You know, we think that bilingual is an issue. The level of learning that happens in the special ed units is woefully behind what it should be, because it's such a dire need. And yes, it is for a small number of students, but I really see no greater need to address at the moment than that very high need population. And again, I wouldn't be asking for it. I've reduced as much as I can. We continue to reduce. We take on more duties, but this we can't reduce. We need to add. And I'll continue to look at the department and see where else we can reduce, what other duties. I know there are issues in terms of the overall supervision, because it is a department that is spread out across the district with really only one director. And I get that, Mr. Contreras, and we're working on different models of supervision. But this is a real issue with a very vulnerable population.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Discussion, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I'm interested in the contracted positions you have. Is that because you can't find any applicants? Why are we contracting? There's 3 of them, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. If we contract, it's because we can't find the staff locally.
And this one here would be from within? Or
It would be from within, yes,
This
ma'am.
position here. So you'd be deficient in another position.
No, ma'am. And I think that Dr. Aguilar misspoke. We would advertise the position. Now I have somebody there who's acting in that capacity, and it could very well be that person, or it could be other people that we consider for that position. So it's not necessarily from within. We do believe we have qualified people from within, but that's not a given.
But this person would not be in special ed,
This-
the one that you have now, if she gets it.
Right, no, we wouldn't
She's not
be
in special ed.
taking somebody from special ed
That's what I'm
to fill this position, correct.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, the recommendation, please.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the position of Special Population Administrator for the Special Ed Department.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Is there a motion? Okay, motion from Amy Sanders, seconded by Mr. Smith. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay,
I voted
one,
for it.
2, 3, 4,
We'll see.
5.
Six
Against?
voted.
You voted for?
No, I
6?
voted for
Okay, unanimous, 6. Item D, consideration to approve the conversion of budget coordinator to budget director.
I'd also like to address this one, Mr. Mesa. When our previous CFO resigned, I asked for months leading up to the vacancy, why we couldn't immediately recommend somebody from the inside. And the organization, in my opinion and the opinion of others, wasn't structured to build within capacity. There was a lot of coordinators, and I'm not saying I'm looking for Mr. Arredondo's replacement, but in looking for the long-term success of the department, it is important that we not add personnel, but that we do structure it with what we would consider 2 significant directors that when the need arises to replace the CFO, we have built within capacity. So I've asked Amy to supervise payroll and assume other leadership positions within the department. So it is going to cost a little bit of money because of added duties, but I think that the capacity that's going to be built within would move forward. And not to mention the fact that in previous years, that department, which is probably the smallest department when we look at the overall scope, is very easily nitpicked and recruited from by other firms. So our goal here is to build capacity, increase retention possibilities, and have a more efficient department.
Any questions from board members?
So you're just reclassifying this one?
Reclassifying, yes, sir.
But there would be a change as far as pay.
Yes, sir,
The
there
director.
would be a slight change in pay.
Any other questions? Recommendation, please? Question. Mr. Smith?
Slight change in pay, can you define that more?
To be exact, it's 77,616 with 20 cents, and that will be prorated for this school year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the conversion of the budget coordinator to budget director.
You've read the recommendation. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Ms. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're actually going back to 14A. Consideration to approve employee job description evaluation forms for the following: supervisor, payroll, director, budget, substitute teacher, aide, physical education, journeyman, plumber, Jose Garcia.
Yes, sir. The payroll supervisor is being updated to list that it reports to the budget director, and that's the only change on this job description. The director budget, again, it's a reclassification from the coordinator from budget. And on this one, we're adding that they're gonna supervise the payroll department. On the substitute teacher, this job description had not been updated in a while, so we're just bringing it up to date. We're adding the age limit where they have to be 21 to be able to substitute at secondary campuses. The physical education aide, we converted to this positions a couple of years ago, but we did not have a job description. So currently, the physical education aides have been evaluated under instructional aid. So this is going to be able to align their responsibilities to the work that they actually do. And then the journeyman plumber, we have it listed as journey plumber, so we're changing it to journeyman plumber.
Dr. Rios, you have a question?
I have a change, Mr. Mesa, and I apologize because we've been handling so many things that some things slip. But the substitute teacher age requirement for the secondary level has to be 25 years of age. I cannot envision a 21-year-old student substituting for a high school class or even a middle school class. And it's not to say that there aren't plenty of 21-year-olds out there that aren't mature and can do it. I just want to safeguard the district, and that change will be 25 years old and not 21. My apologies.
Is that something common, sir, with the other districts?
There are some commonalities, Mr. Mesa, because of my experience in other districts. I know that to be a fact. I can't tell you for a fact that it's actually written in the job description, but since we're establishing it, I do want to formalize it, but I know my experiences in other districts does have these requirements.
No, I can see the reason for it. I just wondered. Any other questions from board members? Okay. Recommendation, please.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the employee job descriptions and evaluation forms as discussed and include the age limit to substitute in secondary campuses to 25.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. I will now entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Contreras, second by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 14B, consideration to approve updates to the 2018-2019 district compensation plans. Ade Garcia.
For the compensation pay plans, we have a couple of updates on the page following page 121, which is the administrative professional pay scale, to align the change or the reclassification for the director of budget. We're eliminating the budget coordinator from the pay grade 3. We're adding the special population administrator to pay grade 4. And we're adding the director of budget to pay grade 5. Those are the changes for the administrative pay plan. Following that page, you have some clean copies of the updated compensation pay plan for administrative. Then we go to the auxiliary pay plan. And in blue, under pay grade 6, you see the journey man plumber, which we're including the man. And then in the following page, it's a clean copy of the auxiliary pay plan. Any questions?
Questions from board members? I hope this will be the final recommendation on compensation plans, because I've signed plenty of them this year.
Yes.
Revisions. You've heard the recommendation of administration.
Okay. It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the updates to the 2018-2019 district compensation plans as presented.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation from administration. I will now entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Smith, seconded by Amy Sanders. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. We're now down to item 14E, consideration to approve the 2019-2020 school calendar. Ade Garcia.
Earlier, we presented option 1 as the selection for the 2019-2020 school calendar. Is there any questions before I make the recommendation?
Any other questions from board members? I think the intent was to increase participation from other employees in our district to have a better picture of what their needs or what their wants are for the school calendar.
Sure.
Okay, recommendation.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the 2019-2020 school calendar as discussed.
Okay, you heard the recommendation. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item that we have is we're going into executive session, item 17. The Board of Trustees determines that a closed session or executive session is required regarding an item posted on the agenda. This session will be held on any subject purpose that's permitted by sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.084, and 551.087 of the Government Code of the Texas Open Meetings Act. If a final vote is required on any matter considered in closed session, it shall be taken upon reconvening into open session covered by this notice and a subsequent duly posted public meeting as the board shall determine. We're now in closed session. 1:08 a.m. We're now reconvening to open session. No action was taken in executive. We're down to item 18A, consideration to approve personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations. Idea Garcia.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve Susana Rodriguez, art facilitator for the special ed department.
You've heard the recommendation from the administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith? Is there a second? Mr. Contreras, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item 18B, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include but not limited to the following is discussed in closed session: service credit, salary matrix adjustment. Idea Garcia.
Yes, sir. It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the salary adjustments as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mrs. Webb, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item 18C, consideration to approve the position for construction manager. Idea Garcia.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve Hector Chapa, construction manager, as discussed in closed session.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, is there a second? Mrs. Webb, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item 18D, consideration to approve administrator and professional contracts. Idea Garcia.
It is the recommendation of administration that the Board of Trustees approve 84 contracts, 4 continuing contracts, 9 non-Chapter 21 probationary contracts, 4 non-Chapter 21 Term 2 contracts, 6 non-Chapter 21 Term 3 contracts, 8 probationary contracts, 4 Term 2, and 49 Term 3, for a total of 84.
Any questions from board members? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Mr. Contreras, seconded by Mrs. Webb. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Item 18E, consideration to approve the non-Chapter 21 contract for head football coach, athletic coordinator. Idea Garcia.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the non-Chapter 21 contract for Roderick Charles Taylor, head football coach, athletic coordinator, as discussed.
You've heard the recommendation from administration. Is there a motion for approval? Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. There being no other item on the agenda, I will ask for a motion for dismissal, for adjournment. Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Contreras. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. And Again, thank board members for staying for this late meeting. Appreciate it.